Hey guys, tonight we're travelling back through time to witness fashion's deadliest moments throughout history. November 1851, Windsor Castle. A young woman freezes in pure horror as fire races up her gown like ravenous snakes. The silk catches in seconds. In moments, her entire dress becomes a blazing inferno. But here's what makes this truly chilling. She cannot run. She cannot even move correctly. Why? Because beneath that flaming dress, she's imprisoned in a cage. A cage constructed from steel hoops and whalebone spanning 6 feet across. This woman, she's not just anyone. And what unfolded that night would transform fashion permanently, or would it? Now, before we continue with tonight's tale, I want to ask you something. If you're getting comfortable for the evening, maybe take a second to hit that subscribe button and like this video. But only if you truly appreciate what we're discovering together. And I'm wondering, where are you right now? Are you in bed, on your sofa, maybe on a late evening stroll? Leave a comment and tell me what time it is in your location. I love knowing there are folks all over the globe experiencing these stories with me. All right, lower those lights if possible. Maybe switch on a fan for that soothing white noise. And let's journey back to a time when fashion wasn't merely uncomfortable, it was lethal. So let me properly present the woman from our beginning. Her name was Emma Lady Holland, and she ranked among the most stylish women in Victorian England. According to historical documents housed in the British Library, Lady Holland was famous for wearing the most spectacular crinolines, those enormous cage-like frameworks that made women's skirts expand to absurd dimensions. On that tragic November evening in 1851, she was present at a private event at Windsor Castle, surrounded by England's upper class. But here's what historical accounts often omit. That evening, Lady Holland committed one simple, commonplace error. She positioned herself too near a fireplace. Just for an instant, that's all it required. Can you picture it? One moment you're chuckling at a joke, clutching a champagne glass, feeling absolutely stunning in your costly gown. The next moment, you're burning alive. And the very element that made you beautiful, that massive steel cage beneath your dress, has now transformed into your prison. The Illustrated London News would subsequently report that Lady Holland's dress ignited with frightful rapidity. Those were their precise words, frightful rapidity, because that's what occurred with these gowns. They weren't merely large, they were mobile fire hazards. The multiple layers of material, the starched petticoats, the crinolines constructed from extremely flammable materials. It was like wearing kindling. Now, you might be wondering, okay, but certainly someone assisted her, correct? Someone extinguished the fire. And here's where this tale becomes even grimmer. They attempted. Oh, they desperately attempted. But the crinoline cage was so massive, so cumbersome, that when people rushed to aid her, they couldn't approach close enough. The steel hoops maintained everyone at arm's length, literally, according to witness testimonies documented by historian Alison Matthews David in her book Fashion: The Dangers of Dress Past and Present. When Lady Holland's companions finally succeeded in smothering the flames, the destruction was catastrophic. She lived, barely, but she would bear the scars for her remaining days, both physical and psychological. And here's the aspect that should astonish you, but likely won't. Understanding human nature, women continued wearing crinolines anyway. Let me repeat that. They continued wearing them. But Lady Holland wasn't isolated in her suffering, not even remotely. Between 1850 and 1870, merely 20 years, medical documents and newspaper records reveal something truly staggering. The British Medical Journal documented over 3,000 deaths. 3,000 women, all from their dresses catching fire. And those were just the documented cases in England alone. Consider that number for a moment. 3,000 mothers, daughters, sisters, friends, all because fashion required they wear what fundamentally amounted to a portable funeral pyre. Dr. C.H. Orton, writing in the Edinburgh Medical Journal in 1862, labelled it an epidemic of the most horrifying nature. He wrote, and I'm quoting directly here, "We are sacrificing our women upon the altar of vanity, and we do so willingly, knowingly, and repeatedly." Powerful words, but he wasn't overstating. There was the incident of Margaret Davy, a 14-year-old girl from London who perished in 1858 when her crinoline ignited while she was stirring a pot over the stove. She couldn't retreat from the flames because her dress was too broad to pass through the kitchen doorway. The coroner's report preserved in the London Metropolitan Archives notes that she died in agony because the cage trapped her against the heat. Or what about Clara Webster, a ballet dancer who burned to death on stage in 1844 during a performance in Philadelphia? According to reports in the Pennsylvania Inquirer, her costume caught fire from the stage lights, and when she attempted to flee, her enormous skirt knocked over oil lamps, spreading the fire even faster. The entire theatre watched, powerless as she died before them. But here's something that truly affects me, and I want you to consider this as you're lying there tonight. These women knew, they absolutely knew the dangers. The newspapers were filled with these horror stories. Magazines published warnings, doctors delivered lectures, fire brigades issued public safety announcements. And yet, why did they continue wearing them? What could possibly be worth that risk? Well, according to social historians like Joan Perkin, author of Victorian Women, the answer is both simple and heartbreaking: social survival. In Victorian society, a woman's value was literally determined by her appearance. If you didn't maintain fashion standards, you couldn't attract a husband. If you couldn't attract a husband, you had no economic security. If you had no economic security, you faced poverty, social ostracism, or worse. So when you're confronted with the choice between possibly burning to death or definitely facing social and economic ruin, well, suddenly those odds don't appear so terrible, do they? Let me share another story with you tonight, and this one truly captures the absurdity of it all. In 1863, according to records from the American Journal of Public Health, there was a woman in New York. Her name was Mrs. Sarah Jane Thomas, who survived not one, not two, but 3 separate incidents of her crinoline catching fire 3 times. And after each incident, after each painful recovery, you know what she did? She returned immediately to wearing crinolines. When a reporter questioned her why, and yes, this interview was published in the New York Tribune, she said something that I think about frequently. She said, "What choice do I have? I'd rather risk death by fire than face death by social obscurity." Death by social obscurity. Let those words settle in for a moment. This wasn't merely about vanity. This was about survival in a world that offered women very few options. The crinoline wasn't just a fashion statement. It was a uniform. It was what distinguished respectable women from everyone else. It was armor in a social war where the stakes were your entire future. Now, I understand what some of you might be thinking. Come on, this was the 1800s. Surely we're wiser now. Surely we've learned our lesson. Have we, though? Really? Because just last year, the American Podiatric Medical Association released a study showing that over 75% of women have permanent foot damage from wearing high heels. We have jeans so tight they cause nerve damage. It's actually a medical condition now called skinny jean syndrome. We have waist trainers that doctors warn can cause internal organ damage. We have eyelash extensions that can lead to permanent eye damage. The garments have changed. The dangers have changed. But that pressure, that feeling that you must suffer to be beautiful, that's still here. We're still wearing our own versions of the crinoline. But let me return to Lady Holland for a moment, because her story has one final twist. After her accident, she became something of an advocate for safer fashion. She wrote letters to newspapers. She spoke at private gatherings. She showed her scars to other women as a warning, and according to her personal diary, which her great-great-granddaughter later donated to the Victoria and Albert Museum, she wrote this entry on New Year's Eve, 1851, just weeks after her accident. "I have stared into the face of death, and death was wearing a ball gown. How many more of us must burn before we realize that beauty should never cost us our lives? Powerful words, prophetic words. But here's the thing that breaks my heart. They went largely ignored. The crinoline remained fashionable for another 20 years. 20 more years, thousands more women would suffer. Hundreds more would perish, all in the name of fashion. As I sit here sharing this story, I can't help but wonder what Lady Holland would think if she could see us now. Would she be relieved that we no longer wear death traps made of steel and fabric, or would she recognize the same patterns repeating in different forms? The same pressure, the same sacrifices, the same impossible choice between fitting in and staying safe. You know, there's something deeply human about the crinoline tragedy. It's not really about the dress at all, is it? It's about what we're willing to endure, to be accepted, to be loved, to be seen as worthy. And that's a pressure that transcends time and culture. So tonight, as you drift off to sleep, maybe think about Lady Holland standing in that ballroom, flames climbing up her dress, trapped in a cage of her own making. Think about the 3,000 others who didn't survive. Think about what they sacrificed and why. And maybe, just maybe, think about what cages you might be wearing in your own life. What uncomfortable things you endure because society says you should. What risks you take because everyone else is taking them too. Because here's the truth that nobody wants to say out loud. The crinoline didn't vanish because people suddenly got smarter or more compassionate. It vanished because fashion moved on to the next dangerous trend, and then the next one and the next one after that. Which brings us to a question worth pondering. If fashion could make women wear cages that could kill them, what else could fashion make people do? And here's where our story gets even stranger, because we're about to discover that crinolines weren't even the most dangerous thing women were forced to wear, not by a long shot. But that's a story for the next part of our journey. And trust me, when you hear about what came before the crinoline, and what those women had to endure just to get dressed in the morning, you're going to realise that Lady Holland's burning dress was just the tip of a very dark iceberg. Sleep well tonight, friends, and remember, sometimes the most dangerous prisons are the ones we choose to wear. So we've just witnessed how fashion could literally kill you, but here's a question that might be keeping you awake right now. What if I told you that for most of human history, the problem wasn't just that your clothes could kill you, it was that wearing the wrong clothes could get you executed by law, by your own government. Welcome to the world of sumptuary laws. And trust me, this rabbit hole goes deeper than you think. Let me transport you back to the year 215 BCE Rome, the centre of the ancient world. Picture the Senate chambers, marble columns stretching toward the sky. The most powerful men in the world assembled to debate, well, what women should be permitted to wear. I'm not making this up. According to the Roman historian Livy, in his monumental work Urbs Condita, the Senate passed something called the Lex Oppia, the Oppian Law. And this law, this actual piece of legislation, stated that no woman could wear more than half an ounce of gold, possess clothing of various colours, or ride in a carriage within the city limits unless she was attending a religious ceremony. Half an ounce of gold, that's about the weight of 2 quarters. Imagine someone actually measuring the jewellery on your body and arresting you if you had too much. But here's where it becomes interesting. The women of Rome, they didn't just accept this. In 195 BCE, according to Livy's accounts, they organised what might be history's first recorded women's rights protest. Thousands of Roman women flooded the streets blocking the forum, confronting senators in their homes, demanding the repeal of this law. And you know what the men said? Marcus Porcius Cato, one of Rome's most influential politicians, stood before the Senate and declared, and this is a direct translation from Livy's Latin, if each man had upheld the rights and authority of a husband over his own wife, we should have less trouble with women as a whole. As it is, our liberty, overthrown at home by female despotism, is now being crushed and trampled upon in the forum. Female despotism because women wanted to wear their own jewellery. Can you imagine? Now, you might be questioning, why did they care so much? It's just clothes. But that's exactly the point. It was never just about clothes. It was about control. It was about power. It was about keeping everyone in their assigned place in society. Dr. Catherine Cavisi, in her brilliant book Sumptuary Law in Italy, 1200–1500, explains that these laws were fundamentally about maintaining social order. If a merchant's wife could dress like a noblewoman, then how would you know who to bow to? How would you know who deserved respect? The entire social hierarchy depended on being able to look at someone and immediately know their rank. Let me provide you a specific example that really drives this home. In 1337, according to historical records preserved in the French National Archives, King Philip VI of France issued a sumptuary law that literally prescribed what each social class could wear. And I mean literally. If you were a duke or duchess, you could wear whatever you wanted. Lucky you. If you were a knight, you could wear silk, but only certain colours. If you were a wealthy merchant, even if you had more money than most nobles, you were forbidden from wearing ermine fur, gold cloth or jewelled buttons. And if you were a peasant, you wore rough wool or linen, period. No exceptions. But here's the kicker, and this is documented in the medieval court records. The punishment for violating these laws could include imprisonment, public whipping or confiscation of all your property. All your property because you wore the wrong colour. Let me tell you about a woman named Alice Claver. She lived in London in the 1460s, and we know about her from the detailed court records housed in the National Archives at Kew. Alice was a silk merchant, a successful one. She'd worked her entire life, built up a business from nothing. And by middle age, she was wealthy, very wealthy, wealthier than many knights and minor nobles. So one Sunday morning she decided to wear a gown trimmed with ermine fur to church. Ermine, that beautiful white fur with black spots. In England at that time, ermine was reserved for the nobility. It was literally illegal for commoners to wear it, no matter how rich they were. Someone reported her, we don't know who. Maybe a jealous neighbour, maybe a noble who felt insulted. But within a week, Alice found herself before a magistrate charged with presumption above her station. The court records, which historian Maria Hayward references in her book Rich Clothing and the Law in Henry VIII's England, show that Alice was fined an enormous sum, £200, which in today's money would be roughly equivalent to about $50,000. She lost her business, she lost her home. She spent the rest of her life in poverty. Her crime? Wearing fur. Now I want you to think about something for a moment. Close your eyes. If you're comfortable doing so, imagine waking up tomorrow and learning that the government has just passed a law saying you can only wear certain colours based on your job, your income, your family background. Sounds insane, right? Dystopian even. But for most of human history and most of the civilized world, this was just normal. This was Tuesday. Spain had sumptuary laws that dictated the exact length of a dress train based on social rank. In Venice, according to records from the Venetian State Archives, there were laws regulating not just what you wore, but how much you could spend on your wedding dress, and they actually enforced this. They had government officials called provveditori, whose entire job was to police luxury and fashion. Can you imagine? Fashion police. Literally. Here's something that really gets me though. These laws didn't just exist in Europe, they were everywhere. Japan had sumptuary laws for over 600 years. According to historian Katsuya Hirano in his work The Politics of Dialogic Imagination, the Tokugawa shogunate issued detailed regulations about what fabrics, colours and patterns each social class could wear. Merchants, no matter how wealthy, were forbidden from wearing silk. The punishment? Public humiliation, confiscation of goods, and sometimes exile. In colonial Massachusetts, historian Richard Bushman documents in The Refinement of America that in 1651, the court actually prosecuted women for wearing silk hoods and scarves. The court records state that these women were deemed to have exceeded their rank. One woman, when questioned, said she'd made the clothes herself from fabric her husband had given her. Didn't matter. She was still fined. Think about that. You're in early America, supposedly the land of freedom, and you can't even wear a scarf your husband gave you because someone decided it was too nice for someone of your social class. But here's where this story takes a turn that I find absolutely fascinating. You know what finally killed most sumptuary laws? It wasn't compassion. It wasn't a sudden realization that maybe controlling what people wear is tyrannical. No, it was capitalism. Dr. Alan Hunt, in his comprehensive study Governance of the Consuming Passions, explains that by the 1700s the merchant class had become so wealthy and so powerful that these laws became impossible to enforce. When the people making and selling the fancy clothes have more money than the nobility, and when the nobility's going into debt to keep up appearances, the whole system starts to crumble. There's this perfect example from France. In 1720, King Louis XV issued yet another sumptuary law trying to restrict luxury goods. According to the French historical journal Annales, the merchants of Paris simply ignored it. They kept making and selling forbidden items. And when the king tried to enforce it, they basically went on strike. The economy ground to a halt. Within months, the law was quietly abandoned. The revolution wasn't fought with swords, it was fought with silk. Now, before you think this is all ancient history, let me bring this forward to something that might hit closer to home. Have you ever been sent home from school for wearing shorts that were too short or a tank top that showed your shoulders? Have you ever been told you couldn't wear certain clothes to work? What do you think those rules are? They're modern sumptuary laws. They might not carry the same penalties. Probably nobody's going to take your house because you wore flip-flops to the office. But the principle is exactly the same. Someone in authority has decided what's appropriate for you to wear based on your position in the social hierarchy. And think about dress codes in schools. According to a 2018 study by the National Women's Law Centre, girls are far more likely to be dress coded than boys, about 5 times more likely. The stated reason is usually about distraction or maintaining a learning environment, but what's really being communicated? Control your body, cover yourself, don't challenge the social order, it's sumptuary laws, we just call them something else. Now, let me share one more story before we move on, because this one really captures the absurdity of it all. In 1463, according to records from the Burgundian court chronicler Georges Chastelain, Duke Philip the Good of Burgundy threw a massive feast. Hundreds of nobles attended, all dressed in their finest, but Philip noticed something that made him absolutely furious. One of his knights, a man named Jean de Lannoy, was wearing a doublet. That's a type of jacket that was longer than Philip's own doublet by about 3 inches. 3 inches. Philip was so insulted, so enraged by this presumption that he had Jean arrested right there at the feast. The poor man spent 3 days in the dungeon before Philip calmed down enough to release him, and according to Chastelain's chronicle, Jean had to publicly apologise to the entire court for wearing a jacket that was too long. I mean, can you imagine? Sorry everyone, my bad. My jacket was 3 inches too long. Won't happen again. It would be funny if it wasn't so terrifying. But here's what I think about late at night, and maybe you will too. These sumptuary laws, they were never really about the clothes, were they? They were about fear. Fear that if people could dress however they wanted, if a commoner could look like a king, then maybe people would start thinking like kings too. Maybe they'd start questioning why some people got to make the rules while others just had to follow them. Because here's the secret that every tyrant throughout history has understood. Fashion is freedom. The ability to choose how you present yourself to the world. That's power. That's autonomy. That's dangerous. So they made laws. They created punishments. They sent women like Alice Claver into poverty and men like Jean de Lannoy to prison, all to maintain an illusion. The illusion that some people are simply worth more than others. And you can tell by looking at them. As we close this chapter of our journey, I want you to consider something. Those sumptuary laws we discussed, most of them are gone now. Legally, you can wear whatever you want in most of the world. But have the unwritten rules really disappeared? Or have they just become more subtle? When you feel like you can't wear certain clothes to a job interview, is that freedom? Or is it just sumptuary laws without the paperwork? When entire industries are built on making us feel inadequate if we're not wearing the right brands. Is that so different from being told you can't wear ermine because of your social class? The laws may have changed, but I'm not sure the game has. And speaking of games, the powerful played with people's bodies. What we're about to explore next makes sumptuary laws look almost quaint by comparison, because while kings were deciding what you could wear on the outside, there was something even more sinister happening underneath all those layers of silk and forbidden furs. Something that didn't just control how you looked, it literally reshaped your body, changed your bones, moved your organs, and women wore it every single day for nearly 400 years. But to understand that story, we need to go back to the courts of Renaissance Europe, where beauty had a very specific and very deadly definition. There's a letter sitting in the archives of the Royal College of Surgeons in London. It's dated March 17th, 1793, and it was written by a surgeon named Samuel Thomas von Sommering. In this letter, he describes performing an autopsy on a young woman. She was only 19 years old, who had died suddenly at a ball. And what he discovered inside her body was so disturbing, so shocking, that he published his findings as a warning to the entire medical community. Her liver had been pushed up into her rib cage. Her stomach was compressed to half its normal size. 3 of her ribs had broken inward, piercing her lungs and her spine. Her spine had curved into an S shape that von Sommering described as inhuman. The cause of all this? She'd been wearing a corset. Just a corset. The same thing millions of women wore every single day for nearly 4 centuries. And here's the part that should haunt you. When her family was informed of these findings, their primary concern wasn't her suffering. It was whether the corset had successfully made her waist look small enough. Let me take you back to where this nightmare began. The year is 1530, and we're in the court of Catherine de' Medici, Queen of France. According to fashion historian Valerie Steele in her definitive book, The Corset: A Cultural History, Catherine had a thing about tiny waists. Actually, let me rephrase that. She had an obsession with tiny waists. Court records from the French National Archives show that Catherine issued a decree banning thick waists from her court. Not suggesting, not recommending, banning. If your waist wasn't small enough, you literally couldn't attend court functions. And since court functions were where noble families made political connections, arranged marriages, and secured their futures, this wasn't just about fashion. It was about survival. So women did what they had to do. They started wearing iron cages around their torsos, iron, like actual metal. Blacksmiths would forge these contraptions, and women would lock themselves into them every morning. Can you imagine starting your day by imprisoning your ribcage in iron? But Catherine wanted more. According to the memoirs of Brantôme, a contemporary chronicler at her court, she demanded that women achieve a waist measurement of 13 inches. 13 inches. Now, take your hands right now and make a circle with your thumbs and index fingers touching. That's about 9 inches. Catherine wanted women's waists to be just 4 inches bigger than that. For context, the average woman's waist today is about 30 to 32 inches. We're talking about reducing your waist by more than half. Here's where I need you to understand something about the mechanics of what we're discussing. Your ribcage protects your organs, your liver, your stomach, your intestines, your lungs. They all sit inside this protective cage of bone. They fit perfectly, like pieces of a puzzle. But when you compress that cage, squeezing it smaller and smaller, those organs don't just disappear. They have to go somewhere. Dr. Robert Dickinson, in his 1887 medical study published in the New York Medical Journal, documented exactly what happened. He examined over 200 women who wore tight-laced corsets and created detailed anatomical drawings of their internal organs. What he discovered was utterly terrifying. The liver was forced upward and backward, occasionally wrapping part of itself around the spine. The stomach became flattened into a horizontal plane, rendering proper digestion almost unattainable. The intestines were pressed down into the pelvic basin. And the lungs? They were so severely restricted that women could access only the top third of their full lung capacity. 1/3. These women were breathing their whole lives on a mere 1/3 of the oxygen their bodies needed. Dickinson observed, and I quote, "The effect is not unlike watching a python slowly crush its prey. The key difference is the python eventually releases its grip." Let me introduce you to the story of a woman named Émilie Marie Bouchot. We have her detailed history thanks to the medical case files meticulously kept at the Bibliothèque Nationale de France. Emily was a Parisian socialite during the 1860s, famed throughout the city for her unbelievably small waist, which was reportedly a mere 14 inches. She was considered beautiful. By all accounts, she was highly sought after and admired. Other women aspired to be her, and men longed to marry her. She represented the ultimate Victorian ideal. At the age of 23, she suddenly collapsed during a performance at the opera. She simply fell over. Witnesses later mentioned she had looked unusually pale all evening, though pale skin was not uncommon, as it was considered quite fashionable. What was alarming was that when they attempted to revive her, they found they couldn't undo her corset. It had been fastened so tightly for such an extended period that the material had essentially fused with her skin in several places. By the time a physician finally arrived and cut the corset off, and yes, he had to cut it, as unlacing would have taken too long, Emily had already stopped breathing. The sudden, rapid release of pressure after years of extreme compression led to what the doctor described as catastrophic organ displacement. Her liver shifted so violently that it tore. She passed away within the hour. The physician who treated her, a Dr. Ludovic O'Followill, was so deeply shaken by what he had seen that he devoted the remainder of his career to campaigning against corsets. He even authored a book in 1908 titled Le Corset, which contained graphic medical photographs illustrating the damage caused by corsets. But here is the most astonishing and disheartening detail about Emily's tragic story. When the news of her death circulated, what do you think happened? Corset sales actually increased. Apparently, if Emily's corset could achieve a waist that tiny, it must be an exceptionally good corset. I assure you, I am not exaggerating this fact. Fashion historian David Kunzler documents this shocking phenomenon in his comprehensive study, Fashion and Fetishism. The specific corset maker who crafted Emily's garment actually utilized her death in their advertising. They marketed it as undeniable proof of their superior construction, claiming it was strong enough to reshape even the most stubborn figure. The advertisements proudly proclaimed this, and they meant it literally. Now you might be thinking, surely the medical community was loudly condemning this, right? Surely physicians were actively trying to put a stop to this trend. They were certainly trying, they were trying desperately, yet their warnings were being completely ignored. In 1874, the British Medical Association published an official report titled The Injurious Effects of Tight Lacing. This was not just a marginal view, it was the official stance of Britain's entire established medical body. The report meticulously detailed countless cases of women suffering from broken ribs, a condition so frequent it was viewed as normal, displaced internal organs, episodes of fainting, then referred to as the vapours, severe respiratory difficulties, various digestive disorders, reproductive complications, chronic unrelenting pain, and ultimately death. Dr. Arabella Keneally, one of the first female physicians in Britain, wrote in 1899 for the medical journal Lancet, "We are systematically deforming our daughters. What we currently call fashion, future generations will correctly call mutilation." Powerful words, prophetic words, and utterly disregarded words. Because here is the crucial reality, documented in countless letters and personal diaries from that time. Women were fully aware. They absolutely knew the dangers. They experienced them on a daily basis. The sharp pain, the constant breathlessness, the fainting spells, they knew. But the social pressure was so overwhelmingly intense, and the consequences of refusing to conform were so devastating, that they continued to wear them regardless. Let me share an excerpt with you from the diary of a young woman named Anna Cora Mowat. She was an American actress in the 1840s, and her diary, now carefully preserved at the Library of Congress, provides a heartbreaking window into the everyday reality of life in a corset. March 3rd, 1842. Laced my stays this morning until I could scarcely draw breath. Mother maintains that a lady's waist should span the circumference of her lover's 2 hands. I fainted twice before noon. Doctor insists I must rest. But how can I rest when Mary Henderson's waist is visibly smaller than mine? March 10th, 1842. Cannot eat. The constant pressure is too severe. I am subsisting only on broth and coffee. I have lost a considerable amount of weight. Mother is quite pleased. March 24th, 1842. I can no longer sing. My ribs ache with every single breath. But I wore the emerald gown to the theatre, and Mr. Whitman declared I looked ethereal. So it is worth it. It must be worth it. May 2nd, 1842. The doctor informs me my lungs are damaged. He demands that I stop wearing the corset. I told him I would rather die than be seen as unfashionable. I meant what I said. She was only 17 years old when she wrote those journal entries. Anna did survive, by the way. She eventually became a passionate advocate for dress reform. But the sheer fact that she had to survive wearing clothes, pause and consider that for a moment. The truly bizarre part is that there were several different degrees to this madness. According to the academic work Bound to Please, A History of the Victorian Corset by Lee Summers, there was standard corseting, which reduced the waist by roughly 2 to 4 inches. That was considered typical, everyday wear. Then came tight lacing, which aimed for a significant reduction of 6 to 8 inches. And finally, there was extreme tight lacing, the 13-inch waists we mentioned earlier. And you know what they called the women who engaged in this extreme practice? They called them aesthetes. It was revered as an art form. The deliberate destruction of one's own body was actually seen as a form of artistic expression. There were even competitions. Fashion magazines frequently published letters from women boasting about their tiny waist measurements. Dear editor, I have proudly achieved a 12-inch waist and maintain it daily. And other women would write in, attempting to surpass that record. It was like a very slow, incredibly painful sport. And the prize for winning? What exactly was the reward? Social acceptance? A husband? The twisted satisfaction of knowing you had crushed your internal organs more completely than the woman next to you. But there's a nuance that often gets overlooked in these discussions, and I believe it is vital to acknowledge. Not every woman wore corsets to these dangerous extremes. Many working-class women wore lighter, far less restrictive versions because they genuinely needed to, breathe while they performed their labour. According to historian Carolyn Webber's research in Queen of Fashion, it was primarily middle and upper-class women who engaged in this extreme corseting because their lives did not require physical labour. Their main function was to be ornamental, to embody beauty, and to showcase their husband's financial success by demonstrating that they had no need to work. The corset evolved into a distinct symbol of class. If you could afford to be functionally useless, if you could afford to barely breathe, it signalled that you were wealthy, you were successful, you had arrived. Isn't that utterly backwards? The very inability to perform physical tasks became the ultimate status symbol, and the corset physically enforced it. You were literally prevented from doing much while wearing one. Now, I mentioned the doctors attempting to fight this. But there was another powerful group that emerged in the late 1800s, the rational dress movement. And these women were tenacious. In 1881, a coalition of women in London established the Rational Dress Society. Their core manifesto, which is preserved in the Women's Library at the London School of Economics, stated that the Rational Dress Society protests against the introduction of any fashion in dress that either deforms the figure, impedes the movements of the body, or in any way tends to injure the health. Seems perfectly reasonable, right? Fundamental even. They were subjected to relentless public mockery. Cartoons in newspapers depicted them as unattractive, unfeminine, and perhaps mentally unstable. Male physicians who supported their cause were baselessly accused of being perverts who merely wanted to view women's natural shapes. Female advocates were labelled traitors to their own sex, but they resolutely persisted. Viscountess Harberton, a prominent leader of the movement, famously tried to enter a hotel dining room in 1899 while wearing rational dress, which was essentially just a less restrictive outfit, allowing for normal movement and breathing. She was refused entry. She proceeded to sue. The case was brought to court, and astonishingly, the judge ruled that the hotel was completely within its legal rights to refuse her service because her clothing was considered indecent. Let me repeat that one more time. Clothing that enabled normal breathing was legally judged indecent, but clothing that routinely broke your ribs was deemed perfectly acceptable. I want to share one final story before we move on, because this one perfectly captures the historical turning point. During the height of World War I, the American and British governments actually implored women to stop purchasing corsets. It wasn't for public health concerns. They had been ignoring the health risks for decades. No, the reason was that they urgently needed the metal from the corset stays for the war effort. According to the US War Industries Board records, American women stopped buying new corsets for just 1 year. And the metal that was consequently freed up, an estimated 28,000 tons of steel, was enough to construct 2 battleships. 2 battleships. That illustrates exactly how much metal women were wearing around their torsos every single day. And here is the delightful kicker. When the war finally ended and women suddenly realised they could actually breathe comfortably, many of them simply never returned to wearing them. The corset industry never fully recovered its dominance. It took a global conflict, but women were finally given permission to breathe. So, as you lie down tonight, perhaps take a genuinely deep breath. Feel your ribcage fully expand. Feel your lungs completely fill with air. Feel your internal organs resting comfortably in their natural, uncompressed positions. It is a vital privilege that millions of women throughout history were consistently denied. And before you conclude that this is all just distant history, consider Spanx. Think about the modern waist trainers. Think about the celebrities who tirelessly sell products claiming to train your waist smaller. Think about the Instagram filters that instantly shrink waists to absolutely impossible proportions. Think about the plastic surgeries where ribs are surgically removed to attain a smaller waistline. We are still engaging in this practice. We've simply become much more adept at marketing it. The actual corset may be gone, but the fundamental impulse driving it, that desperate desire to physically reshape ourselves to conform to an impossible ideal, that remains very much alive. And speaking of impossible ideals, if you believe the corset represented the absolute peak of fashion insanity, you haven't seen anything yet. We are about to enter the era where women's dresses became so immensely large, so architecturally complicated, that they literally couldn't fit through doorways. Where a simple basic act like sitting down required an understanding of engineering principles. Where the sheer width of your skirt could be the factor that determined whether you lived or died. The farthingale awaits us. And trust me, after hearing what these women had to endure just to successfully walk across a single room, you are going to wonder how the human species ever managed to survive its own outrageous fashion sense. Picture yourself preparing for the most important social engagement of your entire life. You are wearing the most expensive gown you have ever owned. You look absolutely magnificent. You arrive at the grand mansion, ascend the marble staircase, and then you reach the entrance. And you cannot fit. You literally cannot enter the building. The doorframe is simply too narrow, so you must pivot sideways, shuffle through at a precarious angle, and genuinely pray that your immense dress doesn't catch on anything. Congratulations. You have just experienced what every fashionable woman in the 16th century dealt with every single day. Welcome to the age of the farthingale. Quite possibly the most wildly impractical piece of clothing ever conceived. and that is saying something after everything we have just discussed. The farthingale first originated in Spain sometime around 1470, according to fashion historian Ruth M. Anderson in her book Hispanic Costume, 1480-1530. The word itself derives from the Spanish verdugado, which literally means hooped with wood, and that is precisely what it was, a scaffolding of hoops constructed from wood, whalebone, or later steel wire, which created a massive, severe cone shape that extended from a woman's waist right down to the floor. But it was not until the 1500s, when it made its way to the English court, that the farthingale truly began its monstrous evolution. Because Queen Elizabeth therefore did not merely wear farthingales, she transformed them into genuine architectural wonders. And when the Queen initiates a trend, everyone else is obligated to follow. Janet Arnold, in her authoritative work Queen Elizabeth's Wardrobe Unlocked, examined surviving court documents and wardrobe inventories from Elizabeth's reign. What she uncovered was simply astonishing. Some of Queen Elizabeth's farthingales measured up to 6 feet in diameter. 6 feet. That is significantly wider than most typical doorways. The Queen of England quite literally could not fit through the doors of her own palace without turning completely sideways. And here's the beautiful part. She did this by design. Because if you occupy that much horizontal space, people are forced to get out of your way. The farthingale was not just a fashion statement. It was a calculated power move. You simply could not ignore a person who took up that much physical space. But let us briefly discuss the engineering nightmare this presented. Because remember, this is not solely about width. These structures had to be capable of supporting massive quantities of heavy fabric while remaining light enough for a person to actually wear. And the creative solutions people devised were, well, creative is one word for it. Insane is another. According to the Victorian and Albert Museum's textile collection, a typical Elizabethan farthingale consisted of a sturdy foundation of linen or canvas, with wooden or whalebone hoops that progressively increased in size from the waist to the hem, metal pins and ties to hold the entire assembly together, padding often made from horsehair or wool, and finally, countless layers of expensive outer fabric draped over the entire structure. The overall weight could easily range from 20 to 40 pounds. And that is just the hidden understructure. We haven't even factored in the weight of the actual gown yet. Some complete outfits weighed over 60 pounds. Can you even imagine? You wake up and before you can even begin your day, you must put on 60 pounds of clothing. That is like carrying a medium-sized dog constantly around your waist. Except this dog is made of wood and metal and occasionally catches fire. Oh, did I fail to mention the fire hazard yet? Yes, we absolutely need to address that. Here is a story that perfectly encapsulates both the absurdity and the inherent danger of these enormous garments. In 1571, according to the state papers of Queen Elizabeth, which were then housed in the National Archives, there was a woman named Lady Margaret Douglas, the Countess of Lennox. She was attending a formal banquet held at Hampton Court Palace. Candles were everywhere and fireplaces were blazing merrily. Very romantic, but extremely dangerous. At one point during the evening, Margaret turned to speak to someone positioned behind her. A simple, normal turn. But her farthingale, extending a full 6 feet from her body, swept directly across a candelabra. The delicate outer fabric ignited instantly. Now, in any normal situation, a person would just quickly move away from the fire, right? But Margaret was physically trapped. The farthingale was so wide and so structurally rigid that she could not manoeuvre through the densely packed crowd. People frantically tried to help, but they couldn't get close enough to her due to the sheer size of her dress. They literally could not reach her to beat out the flames. According to the written account by Robert Dudley, Earl of Leicester, who witnessed the entire horrific incident, it required 3 strong men working together to finally lift the immense farthingale structure up and over Margaret's head, while 2 other men simultaneously beat out the flames. She survived the ordeal, but barely. The entire right side of her elaborate dress was utterly destroyed, and she sustained severe, painful burns on her legs. And you want to know the most tragic part of the story? The very next week, she wore another farthingale to court because not wearing one was socially unacceptable. Let me share another detail from the archives that I find darkly humorous. The Corporation of London records from the 1590s contain numerous official complaints from theatre owners concerning farthingales. Apparently, women wearing these enormous structures were taking up the space of multiple seats and completely obstructing the view for other audience members. One theatre owner, Philip Henslow, wrote in his account book, and this is a direct quote from the manuscript preserved at Dulwich College: "The ladies in their monstrous farthingales do occupy space enough for 3 persons, yet pay for but 1 admission. Furthermore, when they stand, none behind them can see the stage." So they were actually forced to create special seating sections dedicated just to women in farthingales. Can you imagine going to a modern movie theatre today and seeing a wide dress section? But wait, it gets even better. According to theatre historian Andrew Gurr's research in Playgoing in Shakespeare's London, some theatres began charging women in farthingales an extra fee, like a luggage charge, a dress surcharge. "Sorry ma'am, your outfit exceeds the standard dimensions. That will be an extra 6p." And sitting down? Oh, sitting down was its own distinct kind of nightmare. Because these farthingales were rigid structures, they did not compress, they did not bend. When you sat down, the front portion of the farthingale would jut dramatically up, and the back would stick out behind you like a literal shelf. There are numerous paintings from this specific era that visually capture this phenomenon. Costume historian Aileen Ribeiro points out in her book Dress and Morality that portrait artists often struggled with how to realistically depict seated women in farthingales because the result looked so utterly ridiculous. In many portraits, women are instead shown standing, even in domestic settings where they would normally be seated simply because sitting looked too absurd. But when they absolutely had to sit, such as at formal dinners, special chairs were custom designed. These specific chairs had no arms because arms would just obstruct the farthingale, and they were significantly wider than standard chairs. According to the furniture collection at the Metropolitan Museum of Art, some farthingale chairs from the 1600s measured nearly 3 feet wide. Think about that for a second. We have chairs preserved in museums right now that exist solely because dresses were too large for normal furniture. Now, the sheer cost of all this insanity is something we definitely need to address, because these were not mass-produced items you could easily buy at a local store. Each farthingale was bespoke, custom-made, and hand-constructed by highly specialised craftspeople. Historical financial records analysed by economic historian Lorna Wetherill in her book Consumer Behaviour and Material Culture in Britain demonstrate that a quality farthingale could cost anywhere from £5 to £20 in Elizabethan currency. To provide some perspective, a skilled craftsman at the time typically earned about £5 per year, so a single farthingale could cost up to 4 years' wages for an average worker. But the expense wasn't just the initial purchase price. Maintenance was a constant, draining expense. The hoops would frequently break and the delicate fabric would tear, especially when attempting to shove 6 feet of width through a 3-foot doorway. According to the household accounts of Bess of Hardwick, one of the wealthiest women in Elizabethan England, she employed a full-time servant whose sole responsibility was to maintain and repair her extensive collection of farthingales. 1 person, full-time, just for the dress scaffolding. Bess's account books preserved at Chatsworth House show that in 1592 alone she spent £8 on farthingale repairs. That is more than a year's salary for a skilled worker just to fix her dress supports. But here is something that I find truly fascinating. The farthingale created its own entire ecosystem of problems, which required even more additional solutions, which in turn created still more problems, which then required even more solutions. It was like a Rube Goldberg machine of escalating fashion disasters. For instance, because farthingales were so incredibly wide, women were unable to see their own feet, leading them to constantly trip over various obstacles. According to physician Andrew Bord's 1547 medical text, The Breviary of Health, ankle injuries among upper-class women increased dramatically during the farthingale era. To address this, women started carrying walking sticks, not for physical support, but to probe the ground immediately in front of them, much like a blind person's cane. There are even etiquette manuals from this period, such as Giovanni della Casa's Galateo, that provide explicit instructions on the proper walking stick technique for ladies navigating in farthingales. And because they couldn't see downward, they also couldn't see what they were stepping in, which, in the 16th century, when streets were essentially open sewers, was a very significant problem. Fashion historian Madeleine Ginsberg notes in The Hat, "Trends and traditions that women's shoes from this era show clear signs of extreme damage and contamination because wearers literally could not see where they were walking, so now you are wearing a 60-pound metal cage that forces you to walk blindly through raw sewage." Fashion. Let me tell you about one of my favourite, utterly absurd farthingale incidents, documented in the diary of Lady Anne Clifford in 1617. She writes about attending a wedding where the bride's farthingale became stuck in the church doorway. Not simply caught, stuck. The wooden frame had somehow wedged itself tightly between the doorposts, and the bride was unable to move either forward or backward. Anne writes, and this is preserved in her diary at the Cumbria Archives Centre, "The poor bride stood trapped in the doorway for near a quarter hour while men worked to free her. All the while the guests did laugh most heartily, though the bride herself wept with vexation and shame." Can you vividly imagine your own wedding day? You are hopelessly stuck in the church doorway, your dress is literally jammed in place, everyone is laughing hysterically, you are crying from shame, and some guy with a saw is trying to decide which part of your expensive outfit to cut off first. Eventually they had to remove the door frame itself, not the dress. They took apart the building rather than the outfit. Priorities, people, priorities. Now, you might be wondering, surely women loudly protested against this, right? Surely at some point someone finally spoke up and said, hey, maybe our dresses shouldn't require structural engineering? Oh, they did. They absolutely did protest. But they were immediately shouted down by both men and other women. Philip Stubbs, in his 1583 treatise, The Anatomy of Abuses, launched into a lengthy, furious rant about farthingales. He called them monstrous, shameful, and, my personal favourite, evidence of women's natural vanity and foolishness. He went so far as to suggest that women who wore farthingales were morally corrupt and possibly in league with the devil because obviously wide skirts directly equal Satan. That is just irrefutable logic. But here is the most frustrating part. Even women who openly agreed that farthingales were terribly impractical couldn't bring themselves to stop wearing them. There is a letter in the British Library from a woman named Elizabeth Talbot to her daughter in 1600, where she laments, "These farthingales are an abomination and a torment. I can scarce breathe with my stays and can scarce move with my hoops, yet I must wear them, for to appear at court without them would be to mark myself as poor or provincial, and that I cannot abide." She knew they were awful. She absolutely hated them. She wore them anyway. Sound familiar? The farthingale reached its most extreme peak of absurdity in the early 1600s with something called the wheel farthingale, or French farthingale. This variation, which gained popularity in the French court, was not cone-shaped. It was severely drum-shaped, like someone had attached a massive hula hoop directly to your waist and then draped fabric over it. According to costume historian Phyllis Tortora in Survey of Historic Costume, some wheel farthingales extended up to 8 feet in diameter. 8 feet. You could not walk through single doorways at all. You were forced to enter buildings through double doors, and even then, you sometimes had to severely tilt the entire structure at an angle. The Venetian ambassador to the French court, writing in 1608, His correspondence is archived in the State Archives of Venice. Described watching Queen Marie de' Medici attempt to enter a carriage while wearing a wheel farthingale. Her Majesty required the assistance of 4 strong men to compress the frame sufficiently to fit through the carriage door, whereupon it sprang back into shape with such force that it struck one of the men in the face, breaking his nose. The Queen's dress broke someone's nose. That is not fashion. That is an active weapon. Here is what truly keeps me thinking late at night, though. We look back at the farthingale today and think how utterly ridiculous, how completely absurd. What on earth were they thinking? But I can't help but wonder, what are we wearing right now that people 400 years in the future will look back on with the exact same horror and utter confusion? Are we going to be the generation that mindlessly sacrificed our feet to crippling high heels, our organs to suffocating shapewear, our mental health to relentless Instagram filters and impossible beauty standards? Because here is the essential point. The women who wore farthingales were not unintelligent. They were no less clever than we are. They were simply trapped within a social system that explicitly told them their inherent value was contingent upon their appearance, and that appearance had to rigidly meet very specific, often utterly unreasonable standards. Does that sound like distant ancient history to you, or does it feel more like last Tuesday? The farthingale eventually went out of style in the mid-1600s, replaced by, well, we will get to that in a moment. But its painful legacy persisted. It had unequivocally proven that women would tolerate almost anything: physical discomfort, outright danger, public humiliation, financial strain, just to satisfy society's fleeting beauty standards. And that profound lesson was not forgotten by the next generation of fashion designers. Because if you truly think the farthingale was the absolute height of dangerous dress architecture, I have some very unfortunate news waiting for you. The next radical evolution in skirt construction actually managed to be even more deadly. We are talking about a fashion trend that directly killed over 3,000 women in a mere 20-year span. We are talking about dresses so dangerously flammable they were, for all intents and purposes, walking bombs waiting to explode. We are talking about the crinoline era, when Victorian technical ingenuity collided head-on with Victorian vanity and created the absolute perfect storm of fashion fatalities. And the first-hand accounts from that era make the farthingale look almost quaint by comparison, because at least with the farthingale you could clearly see the danger coming. With crinolines, death could instantly strike at any moment. At a grand ball, in your own kitchen, just walking casually down the street. And the most unbearable part, the absolute worst detail of all, everyone knew. Everyone saw the recurring deaths. Everyone read the horrifying newspaper reports, and yet no one stopped wearing them. So, take a moment and breathe, because what comes next is guaranteed to make you grateful for every single boring, safe, practical piece of clothing you currently own. You know what is truly interesting about the concept of progress? Sometimes we honestly believe we are making things better, when in reality we are simply finding novel and more innovative ways to make them profoundly worse. The original farthingale was dangerous, certainly, but at least it was constructed mostly from wood and metal, materials that are inherently reluctant to burn. But then someone had a moment of brilliant insight. What if we made these enormous skirts significantly lighter? What if we utilised less rigid materials? What if we made them much more affordable so that every woman could easily wear one? What conceivable thing could go wrong with such a magnificent plan? Everything. The definitive answer is absolutely everything. The year is 1856, and we find ourselves in the workshop of an American inventor named W.S. Thompson. He has just been granted a patent for an item that is about to permanently revolutionise fashion and simultaneously kill thousands of women in the process. It is called the cage crinoline, and it is destined to become the Victorian era's biggest fashion disaster, both literally and figuratively. According to the original patent documents preserved in the US Patent Office archives, Thompson's innovative invention was truly ingenious in its simplistic design. In place of bulky, layered petticoats, some women wore as many as 6 at once. The crinoline that appeared offered a lighter framework of steel rings joined by bands of cloth. It cost less than a farthingale, was easier to move in, and could expand a skirt to 5 or 6 feet across while barely weighing 2 pounds. It was an instant hit, becoming a sensation within just 2 years. Fashion historian C. Willett Cunnington's studies on English women's attire show that by the 19th century, crinoline factories in England alone produced almost 1 million every year. Now, everyone could own one. Seamstresses, store clerks and factory workers all wanted that stylish silhouette, and in doing so, they all became walking hazards for fire. Here was the danger no one considered, or perhaps chose to ignore. These crinolines were draped in yards of cotton, muslin or silk, all starched for stiffness and volume. In the 1850s and 60s, how were homes lit? By candles, oil lamps, open hearths and gaslights with completely exposed flames. Can you guess what happened next? Records from the British Medical Journal in 1863 confirm that crinoline-related fatalities were so frequent they began devoting a weekly section to crinoline casualties. Each week, they reported new incidents, and the figures were unbelievable. Dr. William Pole, writing for the medical journal Lancet in 1867, conducted a statistical review of crinoline fire deaths over a 15-year span. His investigation, using coroner reports from England and Wales, documented over 3,000 deaths directly caused by crinoline fires between 1850 and 1865. That's 3,000 women who died because their garments ignited, and that was only the death toll. Pole also estimated that for every fatality, there were roughly 10 severe non-fatal burn injuries. So we're looking at 30,000 major injuries in only 15 years. Pause and let that horrific fact sink in. 30,000 women terribly burned because of the clothes they wore. Let me share one specific example that truly captures the sheer horror of this epidemic. Her name was Emma Muspratt, and we know her history from detailed court transcripts published in the Liverpool Mercury in November 1858. Emma was just 14 years old. She worked as a scullery maid in a Liverpool kitchen. One evening she was near the cooking fire, preparing a meal. Her crinoline, which she'd saved for months to purchase, hoping to look fashionable like the ladies she served, brushed against the firebox. The cloth immediately caught fire. According to the cook who was with her, Emma was engulfed in flames within seconds. The cook tried to help, attempting to smother the fire with a blanket, but the crinoline's volume was so great that the blanket couldn't cover it all. The steel hoops physically kept the burning fabric out of the cook's reach. Emma started running. This is the common panicky response for most burn victims, but running only fanned the flames with more oxygen. By the time they extinguished the fire, Emma had third-degree burns covering over 80% of her body. She passed away in agonizing pain 3 days later. The doctor who treated her, a man named Dr. Samuel Ashwell, was so disturbed by her suffering that he wrote a plea to the Times of London, urging women to stop wearing crinolines. His letter, published on November 24, 1858, stated, "I have witnessed many deaths in my career, but none so preventable, so utterly senseless as this. This girl died for fashion. She died because society values appearance over life." Emma's employer, questioned during the inquest, admitted she had actually forbidden Emma from wearing the crinoline while working. But Emma wore it anyway, because in her own words, written to her sister just weeks before she died, "I would rather risk death than be seen as unfashionable." She was only 14. But kitchen fires weren't the only source of danger. The immense size of these crinolines created risk in completely unexpected situations. Consider carriages, for instance. An incident report in the Morning Chronicle from 1861 tells of a London woman, Mrs. Charlotte Barnard, stepping down from a horse-drawn carriage. Her crinoline was so wide that as she descended, the steel hoops snagged on the carriage door. The crinoline twisted and flipped upward, essentially turning inside out. Charlotte lost her balance, fell backward out of the carriage, and hit her head on the cobblestones. She died instantly. The inquest declared it a death by misadventure related to fashionable dress. The news article includes this haunting detail. Her husband had actually warned her that morning that her crinoline was too big for comfortable carriage travel. She'd just laughed and claimed she'd rather die than wear a smaller one. Historian Michelle Perrault, in her book A History of Private Life, found dozens of similar cases in French medical records. Women fell from carriages, got caught in carriage wheels, or were dragged when their crinolines caught on something. It was an epidemic. And then there were workplace accidents, because remember, working-class women also wore these items, and they had to keep working despite them. Factory documents from the Manchester textile mills, analysed by historian Emma Griffin in Liberty's Dawn, show a significant spike in accidents among female workers during the crinoline period. Women's skirts would get caught in machinery. The width of their dresses would knock over equipment. They'd bump into things they couldn't see because the dress was so wide. One particularly heartbreaking case involved Mary Spooner, who worked in a cotton mill in Preston. The factory inspector's report for 1864, archived in the National Archives, states Mary's crinoline got tangled in a spinning machine. Before anyone could reach the emergency stop, she was pulled into the machinery. The report uses clinical language, but the horror is plain to see. It notes the machinery had to be completely taken apart to recover the deceased, and that the crinoline framework was so twisted that standard procedures failed. Following that tragedy, many factories completely banned crinolines, but it was hard to enforce because women would hide smaller versions under their work clothes. They would still rather risk death than give up the fashionable shape. Now, here's what's truly astonishing. The Victorian era was all about science and advancement, right? They were building railroads, inventing the telegraph, and making incredible strides in medicine and engineering. They saw themselves as rational and modern, and yet, when faced with crinoline deaths, the common reaction was essentially, well, women are just careless. They should be more careful around fire. Dr. Edward Ballard, in an 1869 report to the British Medical Association titled On the Prevention of Death by Burning, actually suggested the problem wasn't the crinolines. It was that women were inherently clumsy and needed fire safety education. Fire safety training for dresses, instead of, maybe we shouldn't wear highly flammable cages. The blame was placed entirely on the victim. Newspaper headlines described crinoline fire deaths with phrases like, "Another victim of female vanity," or "Woman's foolishness leads to tragic end," as if wanting to look appealing was a moral failing that warranted a death sentence. But you know what's even more infuriating? Patents were actually filed for flame-resistant crinolines. I'm serious. Inventors saw an opportunity for crinolines that wouldn't turn women into human torches. In 1860, chemist Frederick Grace Calvert patented a flame-retardant treatment for fabric, according to patent records researched by historian Alison Matthews David in Fashion Victims. He discovered that treating cloth with a sodium tungstate solution made it much less flammable. He even demonstrated it publicly, showing how treated fabric would smoulder and extinguish itself instead of bursting into flames. Guess how many women bought flame-resistant crinolines? Almost none. Because the treatment made the fabric slightly heavier and less airy, it didn't move quite as gracefully. The shape wasn't quite as dramatic, so women prioritized looks over safety. Again, there's a letter in the Victoria and Albert Museum archives written by a woman named Harriet Martineau in 1864, where she discusses this very dilemma. She writes, "We're offered protection from a horrible death, and we refuse it because it might make our skirts hang less prettily. What does this say about us? What does this say about a society that values appearance over life itself?" Good question, Harriet, and one we still haven't truly answered. Let me share one more story because it perfectly illustrates the absolute senselessness of it all. In October 1863, according to detailed reports in the Times of London, Clara Jane Webster hosted a dinner party at her home in Kensington. It was an elegant affair. Candles, flowers, her finest china. Clara was particularly proud of her new crinoline, which was even larger than her previous one. During dinner, she stood up to offer a toast. As she rose, her crinoline swept across the table, knocking over a candelabra. The candles fell onto her dress. Within seconds, she was ablaze. Here's the truly heartbreaking element. There were 12 guests at that dinner table. 12. And, according to witness accounts given at the subsequent inquest, they all tried to help. But the crinoline was so massive they couldn't get close enough to her to put out the flames. They attempted throwing water and tried using the tablecloth to smother the fire. But the steel cage kept the burning fabric out of their reach. Clara's husband, in his testimony, said he tried to embrace his wife to smother the flames with his own body. But the crinoline's hoops kept pushing him away. He described it as trying to hug a bonfire surrounded by an invisible barrier. Clara died after 4 days of terrible suffering. The newspaper report includes this. She remained conscious almost to the very end and kept repeating, "It's my own fault. It's my own fault." No, Clara, it wasn't your fault. It was the fault of a society that told you your worth was determined by your waist size and skirt width. It was the fault of a fashion industry that put profits before safety. It was the fault of every person who witnessed these deaths and said, well, she should have been more careful instead of, maybe we should stop manufacturing deadly clothing. And the most astounding part? Even with all these deaths, even with the newspapers filled with horror stories, even with doctors pleading and families grieving, the crinoline stayed popular for another 10 years. It only really began to disappear in the 1870s, and not because people suddenly became wiser. Fashion simply moved on to a different, dangerous style. Because that is the recurring theme, isn't it? We don't learn, we don't change, we just discover new ways to harm ourselves in the name of beauty. Historian Joan Perkin, in her book Victorian Women, observes this. The crinoline era demonstrated that women would endure almost any danger, any discomfort, any indignity to meet society's beauty standards, and tragically, that realization is still true today. She wrote that in 1993, 30 years ago, and it remains relevant now. What sometimes keeps me awake at night? I think about Emma Muspratt, 14 years old, saving her money for a crinoline because she longed to feel beautiful. I think about Charlotte Barnard choosing fashion over her own safety and paying with her life. I think about Clara Jane Webster burning to death at her own dinner party while 12 people watched, unable to help. And then I think about the women today who die from complications from cosmetic surgery, who develop eating disorders trying to achieve impossible body standards, who spend thousands on treatments and procedures that can seriously hurt them, who Photoshop their pictures until they no longer look human. We are still doing it. We've just gotten better at pretending it's a personal choice. The crinolines are gone. The death statistics aren't published in weekly medical journals anymore. But the pressure, the feeling that you must sacrifice your safety, your health, perhaps even your life to be considered beautiful, that is still here. We've just learned to make it less obvious. As the Victorian era continued and the crinoline finally began to disappear from style, you might assume people would have learned a lesson. You might assume the next trend would be safer, more practical, more focused on women's well-being. But you would be mistaken, because fashion's next evolution managed to keep all the danger of the crinoline while introducing a completely new level of sheer absurdity. We're moving from dresses that could kill you to something even more bizarre, something that couldn't kill you, but could definitely make you wish you were dead. Something so ridiculous, so exaggerated, so absolutely impractical that it makes crinolines look almost sensible. I'm talking about the age when fashion moved upwards, when the focus shifted from skirts to hair. When women started building structures on their heads that were so tall, so elaborate, so incredibly complex that they literally couldn't sleep lying down, when French aristocrats competed to see who could balance the most preposterous object on their head, when mice built nests in women's hair and nobody thought that was a reason to change the style. Welcome to the era of the towering wig. And believe me, after hearing these stories, you're going to look at your shampoo bottle with a whole new sense of gratitude. Imagine waking up and finding that mice have made a home in your hair. Not on your pillow, not near your bed, in your hair. And you can't fix it because you haven't washed your hair in 3 months. You haven't even taken it down. You've been sleeping sitting upright in a chair because if you lie down, the whole structure will collapse. This sounds like a nightmare, but for aristocratic women in 18th century France, this was just a typical day. We've discussed how fashion physically assaulted the body. We've seen how it trapped women in cages and set them on fire, but now we need to talk about what fashion did to the head. And honestly, after these accounts, you might never complain about a bad hair day again. The powdered wig craze began in France during the reign of Louis XIV, the Sun King. But it truly reached its peak of utter madness under Louis XVI and his queen, Marie Antoinette. According to Caroline Weber's thoroughly researched book, Queen of Fashion, What Marie Antoinette Wore to the Revolution, the competitive hairstyling at the French court was not merely fashion, it was warfare by aesthetic means. Here is how extreme it became. In 1774, when Marie Antoinette became Queen of France at 18, the average stylish hairstyle was about 10 inches high, tall certainly but manageable. By 1778, just 4 years later, court hairstyles had reached heights of over 3 feet. 3 feet. That's a yard. That's taller than a toddler. And I am not exaggerating. The Museum of London holds documented records from hairdressers' bills and fashion plates showing these architectural wonders. One famous caricature from 1777, preserved in the British Museum's print collection, shows a woman whose hairstyle is so tall she must kneel in her carriage to fit inside. The caption reads, "The preposterous headdress, or the feathered lady." But it wasn't satire. It was barely an overstatement. Let me explain how these monstrosities were actually put together, because the engineering involved is both incredible and repulsive. According to hairstylist and fashion historian Nathalie Shahin's research in Marie Antoinette's Head, which draws on period hairdressing manuals, the process required between 3 and 5 hours, sometimes more. First, the hairdresser, called a coiffeur because naturally the French have an elegant word for everything, would create a base using pads made of horsehair, wool, or even wire frames. These would be pinned and sewn directly to the woman's natural hair, which had to be long enough to anchor everything. Then came the artificial hair, tons of it. Hair from other women, often sold by peasants desperate for cash. Horsehair, sometimes even human hair gathered from corpses. Yes, you heard that correctly. There was actually a black market for corpse hair. Fashion historian Richard Corson documents this in Fashions in Hair, citing police records from Paris in the 1770s, noting arrests for grave robbing, specifically to harvest hair for wigs. The whole structure was held together with pomade, a mixture of beef, fat, lard, and occasionally some perfume to cover the smell of rancid animal fat. Then it would be dusted with wheat flour mixed with starch. White was the most popular colour, though sometimes women used pink, blue or violet powder for special occasions. And then, and this is where it truly becomes absurd, they would decorate it. Feathers, ribbons, jewels, flowers, sometimes entire dioramas, miniature ships, gardens, bird cages with live birds. I wish I were making this up. The most famous hairdresser of this era was a man named Léonard Autier, who styled Marie Antoinette's hair. His creations were so intricate, so original, so completely over the top, that he became a celebrity in his own right. According to his memoirs Souvenirs of Léonard, published in 1838 and preserved in the Bibliothèque nationale de France, he once designed a hairstyle for the Queen that featured a miniature landscape, complete with a hunting scene, a waterfall made of glass beads, and a tiny windmill that actually rotated. The hairstyle was named La Belle Poule, the beautiful chicken, and it celebrated a French naval victory. It included a fully rigged model ship about a foot tall, perched right on top of her head. Marie Antoinette wore this to a ball. She spent the entire evening trying not to move too quickly because the ship might fall off. Leonard wrote, "Her Majesty was pleased with the effect, though she confessed the ship made her neck ache terribly. But what is a little pain when one is the ultimate authority of fashion? What indeed, Leonard? What indeed?" Now we need to discuss the hygiene situation, because remember, these hairstyles took hours to build and used materials that were costly and hard to acquire. You couldn't just wash it all out and start fresh every week. These styles were designed to last for weeks, sometimes months. Dr. Margaret Powell, in her book Below the Stairs, the classic kitchen maid's memoir, references aristocratic beauty routines of the period and notes that women would maintain the same hairstyle for 6 to 8 weeks on average. Some went even longer. There are documented instances of women keeping the same hairdo for 3 months. Think about the implications of that. You have a structure made of false hair, cemented with animal fat, powdered with wheat flour, sitting on your head for months. In a time before refrigeration, before a concept of bacteria, before deodorant, the odour alone must have been unbelievable, and not in a good way. But worse than the smell was what began living in these hairstyles. According to medical reports published in the London Medical Journal in 1776, the warm, dark interiors of these towering hair sculptures became ideal breeding grounds for lice and other parasites. Women would resort to using slender, pointed implements known as scratchers, or head scratchers, which were essentially decorative rods engineered to navigate the thick layers of hair and artificial padding without ruining the massive coiffure. The Victoria and Albert Museum currently holds several of these scratchers in its collection, crafted from materials like ivory and silver. Honestly, they feel like elegant little instruments of torture. Yet the reality was even more appalling. There are many documented examples, and I must stress these come from verifiable medical and contemporary records, of mice actually building nests in women's hair. The French writer Louis-Sébastien Mercier, in his 1778 book Tableaux de Paris, included observations of Parisian daily life. He wrote, and I'm translating directly from the French, that ladies of quality maintain their coiffures for so long that it is not uncommon for small animals to take up residence within them. I myself witnessed a lady at the opera who was disturbed by a mouse emerging from her hair during the performance. She quietly caught it, handed it to her servant, and continued watching the show as though nothing unusual had occurred. Just picture it. You're enjoying an opera. Suddenly you feel movement on your head. A mouse scuttles out onto your shoulder and your reaction is to simply pass it to your attendant. Something like, "Charles, would you mind?" The sheer dedication to maintaining one's composure in public is almost admirable. Almost. The expense involved in preserving these hairstyles was absolutely enormous. Economic historian John Chauvelin's research in the political economy of virtue reveals published records from the French royal treasury showing Marie Antoinette spent roughly 100,000 livres annually on her hair and wigs alone. In modern currency, that figure is approximately 1.5 million per year just for her hair, but it wasn't only the Queen. Any noblewoman intent on retaining her social status had to keep up. Fashion historian Eileen Ribeiro notes in Fashion in the French Revolution that lower-ranking nobles were dedicating 25 to 30% of their total yearly income to hairstyling and wigs. Think about that for a moment. Nearly a third of everything you earned was going to your hair. Not because you wanted to, but because failing to do so meant social exclusion, which could lead to political marginalisation and ultimately economic ruin. Hairdressers naturally were aware of this leverage. They had their clients entirely at their mercy, or in this case, over a jar of pomade. Léonard Autier charged 24 livres for a basic styling and up to 100 livres for his most complex creations. For perspective, a skilled labourer earned about 20 livres a month, so one elaborate hairstyle could cost 5 months of a worker's wages, and the hairdresser had to return at least weekly to maintain the look, fix any damage, repowder it, and replace decorations. This dependency was a deliberate strategy. Autier himself admitted in his memoirs that he intentionally promoted complexity specifically to guarantee repeat business. The challenge of sleeping warrants its own horrifying anecdote, because lying down with a 3-foot hair construction on your head was impossible. It would immediately collapse, forcing you to pay for a complete reconstruction. Therefore, women slept sitting upright, or at best, leaning back slightly, their heads resting on special neck supports. The Musée Carnavalet in Paris has several of these supports in its collection. They are essentially wooden blocks covered in fabric, designed to cradle the neck while keeping the hairstyle intact. They look profoundly uncomfortable. Contemporary reports describe the resulting health issues, chronic neck pain, spinal problems, and insomnia. One doctor writing in the Gazette de Santé in 1780 directly attributed a rise in nervous disorders among aristocratic women to their inability to sleep properly because of their hairstyles. There's a letter in the French National Archives from the Duchesse de Chartres to her sister dated 1776, where she writes, "I have not slept lying down in 6 weeks. My neck aches constantly. I sometimes dream of shaving my head like a nun and sleeping flat on my back for an entire day, but then I would be excluded from court, and what would my life be worth then? What would your life be worth if you could actually sleep properly?" Apparently, less than maintaining your social standing. Here's a question that's been bothering me though. How did they travel with these enormous hairstyles? The answer is with extreme difficulty and at tremendous cost. Carriages required special modifications, according to transport historian Christian Klapisch-Zuber's research in women, family, and ritual in Renaissance Italy. Carriage makers in Paris developed specialised vehicles with significantly higher roofs specifically for fashionable women. These cost substantially more than standard carriages, and if you couldn't afford a custom carriage, you either had to kneel on the floor of a regular one or stick your head out of the window. Contemporary paintings and prints depict both solutions, neither of which appears particularly dignified or comfortable. There's a wonderful satirical print from 1776 in the British Library, titled "The Lady's Head Dress," showing a woman forced to kneel in her carriage while her colossal hairstyle extends out the top like a ship's mast, with the driver holding a flag on top of it as if to alert other vehicles. Once again, barely satire. Now, here's something that really fascinates me about this entire phenomenon. Do you know who initiated this trend? Marie Antoinette herself. According to Caroline Weber's research, the young queen was actually quite insecure when she first arrived in France. She was Austrian, which the French court looked down on. She was young and generally inexperienced. She wasn't considered particularly beautiful by the era's standards. So, she utilised fashion, and specifically hairstyling, as a means to establish dominance and control. If she made her hair taller than everyone else's, they were literally forced to look up to her. If she invented new styles every week, everyone else had to scramble to imitate her, keeping them perpetually a step behind. It was a power play, and a rather clever one, actually. But like so many clever power plays, it spiraled out of control. Because once you initiate an arms race, even a fashion arms race, it's extremely hard to stop. Every woman at court tried to outdo every other woman. Heights continually increased. Decorations became more and more elaborate. The competition became absurd, And Marie Antoinette, the person who began it all, eventually became a prisoner of it. She couldn't scale back without losing face. She couldn't admit it had become ridiculous without admitting she was the one who started something ridiculous. There's a tragic irony here. The very hairstyles that were meant to convey her power became a glaring symbol of her excess and detachment from reality. Revolutionary pamphlets relentlessly mocked her elaborate hair while French peasants were starving. Those towering wigs became stark evidence of aristocratic waste. When she was arrested during the Revolution, one of the charges against her was excessive spending on luxuries, and her hairstyling was specifically mentioned. The very thing she'd used to gain power contributed to her losing her head, quite literally. The fashion ultimately faded, of course. The French Revolution had a way of making frivolous aristocratic excess profoundly unfashionable. There's nothing quite like the possibility of execution to make you reconsider whether you truly need a model ship on your head. But here's what truly strikes me about this whole era. These women weren't simpletons. They weren't vain airheads who were oblivious to how ridiculous they appeared. They were intelligent people caught in a system where appearance dictated power, where adherence to absurd standards was necessary for social survival. Sound familiar? Because I look at Instagram today, at the filters that distort faces, elongating them and widening eyes beyond human proportions, at the makeup tutorials that demand 2 hours of application to achieve a natural look, at the hair extensions, lash extensions, and nail extensions, and I have to wonder, are we really all that different? We're not sleeping sitting up to protect our hairstyles, sure, but we are sleeping with our phones next to our beds, waking up to check our likes and comments, feeling intense anxiety if our posts don't perform well. We're not spending 30% of our income on wigs, but we are spending thousands on cosmetic procedures, hundreds on products we don't truly need, and countless hours on routines that promise to make us acceptable. The mice in the hair are gone, but the parasites of comparison and inadequacy, those are absolutely thriving. Take a moment right now and genuinely think about your own hair routine. How much time do you dedicate to it? How much money? How much mental energy? And most importantly, why? I'm not suggesting you shouldn't care about your appearance. I'm suggesting it's worth seriously examining why we care so intensely and what exactly we're willing to sacrifice for it. Those French aristocrats sacrificed sleep, physical comfort, hygiene, and enormous sums of money. Some would argue they ultimately sacrificed their lives when the revolution arrived. All for hair. All for hair. And yet, when I tell you these stories, there's probably a part of you that dismisses it with, well, that was them. That was then. We're smarter now. Are we, though? Or have we just become more skilled at masking the absurdity from ourselves? As we move past the French court and its towering wigs, you might assume we're done with the most ridiculous extremes of fashion history. You might think human beings learned something from watching women with ships on their heads struggling to fit through doorways. But the thing about fashion is this: it doesn't learn, it simply evolves. It finds brand new ways to challenge the boundaries of common sense. And sometimes those new ways involve taking something as basic as shoes and transforming them into instruments of torture and public humiliation. So extreme that women literally needed servants just to help them walk. Because while the French were constructing towers on their heads, the Italians were building platforms on their feet. Platforms so high that falling from them could easily be fatal. Platforms so profoundly impractical that Venice was forced to pass laws limiting their height because pregnant women were falling and losing their babies. Platforms that bizarrely became a status symbol that no amount of death or injury could manage to discourage. We're heading to Renaissance Venice now, where fashion took a completely different kind of ridiculous turn, where the question wasn't how high can we make the hair, but how high can we make the shoes, before women literally become unable to walk anymore. The answer, as you're about to discover, was much, much higher than any reasonable person would think possible. There's a painting hanging in the Museo Correr in Venice. It dates from around 1590 and it depicts two noblewomen walking through St. Mark's Square. Nothing unusual about that, right? Except these women aren't actually walking, they are essentially being carried. Each has a servant on either side holding her arm, supporting her entire weight. And when you look down at their feet, you understand exactly why. They're standing on platforms. Not shoes, platforms, solid blocks of wood. So tall that these women are effectively on stilts. Some historians estimate the chopines in this specific painting are about 20 inches high. That's nearly 2 feet. These women are navigating Venice on footwear that makes them over 7 feet tall. And here's the wildest part. This wasn't seen as strange. This was high fashion. The chopine, called zoccoli or pianelle in Italian, began innocently enough. According to fashion historian Giorgio Riello in his comprehensive work A Foot in the Past, Consumers, Producers and Footwear in the long 18th century, the original chopines in the 1400s were practical. They were essentially wooden platforms designed to lift women's extremely expensive dresses above the muddy, sewage-filled streets of Venice. Remember, Venice is built on water. The streets flooded constantly. Sanitation was, let's just say, primitive. If you're wearing a dress worth more than most people's homes, you needed some mechanism to keep it out of the muck. Hence, platform shoes. Makes perfect sense, right? A practical solution to a real problem. But then, and this is where humans always seem to mess things up, someone had a thought. If a 3-inch platform is good, wouldn't a 6-inch platform be better? Wouldn't that demonstrate that I'm so wealthy I couldn't possibly care about mere practicality? And once that idea entered the collective consciousness, all bets were completely off. By the early 1500s, according to detailed records in the Venetian State Archives, analysed by historian Maria Giuseppina Muzzarelli in her book A Cultural History of Dress and Fashion in the Renaissance, chopines had reached heights of 12 to 18 inches. Some extreme examples measured over 20 inches, nearly 2 feet of solid wood strapped to someone's feet. To put that in perspective, the tallest high heels you can purchase today are generally around 6 to 8 inches, and those are considered almost impossible to walk in by most people. We are talking about shoes 3 times that height. Shoes so tall that doorways had to be raised. Stairs became utterly impossible. Walking unassisted was completely out of the question. These weren't shoes. They were disasters waiting to happen. And happen they did, with disturbing frequency. Let me share a case documented in the records of the Magistrato alla Sanità, Venice's health magistrate from 1512. A woman named Isabella Fioravanti, the wife of a wealthy silk merchant, was walking across a bridge near the Rialto. She was wearing chopines estimated at 18 inches high, supported on each side by 2 servants. One of the servants stumbled. Isabella instantly lost her balance. She fell backward off the bridge directly into the canal. Now, falling into water doesn't sound terrible, right? Except Isabella was wearing approximately 30 pounds of clothing, heavy silk, multiple layers, plus the chopines themselves, and she didn't know how to swim. Why would she? Swimming was for the common folk and fishermen, not noble ladies. According to the magistrate's report, she drowned before anyone could reach her. The sheer weight of her clothing and shoes dragged her under. Her body was recovered 3 days later. She was 19 years old and she died because her shoes were simply too tall. The truly heartbreaking detail, the magistrate's report includes a statement from her husband noting that he had begged her not to wear those specific chopines that day because they were dangerously high. She'd worn them anyway because she was meeting friends and didn't want to look provincial. Isabella's death wasn't an isolated incident. Historian Elizabeth Semmelhack, curator at the Barter Shoe Museum and author of Standing: The Curious History of Men in Heels, has documented multiple similar cases from Venetian records. Women falling down stairs, falling from bridges, suffering broken ankles, legs, and even backs. In 1580, the Council of Ten, Venice's ruling governmental body, actually passed a law limiting Chopin height to 3 inches. The official decree, preserved in the Venetian state archives, justified this restriction by citing numerous injuries and deaths and concern for women with child who, wearing these excessive shoes, do often fall and lose their pregnancies. Let me repeat that. Pregnant women were falling and miscarrying because of their shoes, frequently enough that the government felt compelled to intervene. And what do you think happened after this law was passed? Absolutely nothing changed. Women continued to wear tall Chopins. They simply paid the fines when they were caught, which wasn't often because enforcement was nearly impossible. Because here's the crucial point. By this stage, Chopin height had become an absolute status symbol. The taller your Chopins, the wealthier you visibly appeared. It proved you didn't need to walk. You could afford servants to physically support you. It proved you didn't need to do anything practical. You were purely ornamental. The deliberate impracticality was the whole entire point. Now let's discuss the construction of these items, because they are engineering marvels in their own strange way. According to the textile and costume collection at the Victoria and Albert Museum, which preserves several surviving Chopins from the 16th and 17th centuries, these shoes were carved from single pieces of wood, usually willow or poplar, which were light but strong. But it wasn't just plain wood. Oh no! These were luxury goods. The finest Chopins were covered in luxurious leather, velvet or silk. They were lavishly decorated with precious stones, gold thread and intricate embroidery. Some featured carved designs, some were painted. The platform itself might be shaped and decorated to resemble architectural elements, columns, arches, even miniature buildings. There's a pair in the Museo Correr in Venice that is absolutely breathtaking. They are 19 inches tall, covered in deep crimson velvet, embroidered with gold thread in patterns of flowers and vines, and studded with seed pearls. They probably cost more than a year's rent for a typical Venetian family, and they are completely unwalkable. I mean, museum conservators aren't even sure how a person would get them on and off without assistance. The social implications of Chopins are both fascinating and kind of unsettling. According to cultural historian Peter McNeill, in Pretty Gentlemen, Macaroni Men and the 18th Century Fashion World, Chopins created a visible physical hierarchy. You could literally see who was more important, simply by who was taller. And because wearing tall Chopins meant you couldn't work, couldn't do anything physical whatsoever, they became proof that you had no need to. If you could spend your entire day being purely decorative and useless, that meant you possessed wealth and status. There are contemporary accounts from travellers to Venice expressing shock at the sight of noblewomen being carried by their servants. John Evelyn, an English writer who visited Venice in 1645, recorded in his diary, now housed in the British Library, "I saw women so elevated upon their Japanese that they appeared like giants and indeed could not stir a step without the support of their servants on either side." He noted that some women were near as tall as I am when wearing their Chopins. Evelyn was about 5'10", so these women, who were probably around 5'2" to 5'4" naturally, were elevating themselves by nearly 2 feet. But here's something that really gets me. The Catholic Church got involved, because of course they did. According to religious historian Jennifer Graben's research in Fashioning Women, Gender, Dress and Society in Renaissance Venice, several prominent clergy members openly preached against Chopins, denouncing them as sinful and immodest. Why immodest? Well, apparently when you're attempting to walk on 20-inch platforms with servants supporting you, your dress occasionally rides up a bit. There's also the fact that to maintain balance on these things, women had to adopt a specific swaying walk that some clergy members deemed seductive. So the church officially denounced them? Preachers vehemently railed against them from the pulpit? One particularly vivid denunciation from 1547, recorded in the Archivio Storico del Patriarcato di Venezia, called them devices of vanity that transform God's daughters into towers of pride. Towers of pride? I mean, technically accurate. Did the religious condemnation stop anyone from wearing them? Of course not. If anything, it probably made them even more popular. Nothing makes something fashionable quite like being told you absolutely shouldn't do it. There's a wonderful detail in the diaries of Marino Sanudo, a Venetian chronicler whose massive 58-volume diary provides an incredible window into daily life in Renaissance Venice. In an entry from 1512, Sanudo describes seeing a woman at a church service wearing chopines so tall that when she knelt for communion, she was still taller than the priest. The priest, according to Sanudo, actually had to reach up to place the communion wafer in her mouth. He wrote, "It was as if he were serving a giantess, and many in the congregation did laugh, though they tried to hide it." Can you imagine? You're participating in this solemn religious moment and the visual is just inherently ridiculous. The priest on his toes, stretching up to reach a woman who is kneeling, yet somehow still towering over him. But nobody said anything. Nobody suggested that perhaps this was a bit much, because by this stage, questioning chopines was equivalent to questioning the entire social order. Now, here's something that doesn't get discussed enough. The long-term physical effects of wearing these things. We're not just talking about falling and breaking bones, though that certainly happened plenty. We're talking about permanent damage. Dr. Valentina Swin, a modern orthopedic specialist who studied historical footwear for her research published in the Journal of Foot and Ankle Research, examined skeletal remains from Renaissance Venice. What she uncovered was startling. A significant number of upper-class women showed clear signs of chronic ankle instability, abnormal bone growth in the feet and lower legs, and severe stress fractures. These injuries are completely consistent with regularly wearing extremely tall platform shoes. The constant strain, the awkward, unnatural gait required to balance, the repeated minor injuries that were never permitted to heal properly. All of this left permanent marks on their bones. These women were literally being deformed by their shoes, and yet they kept wearing them. Let me share one final story that truly captures the absolute absurdity of this entire phenomenon. In 1580, there was a famous courtesan in Venice named Veronica Franco. She was well known, highly educated, and very influential. Her personal letters and poems have been carefully preserved and published in modern editions. In one letter to another courtesan, she describes an incident where she was walking to meet a client, supported by 2 servants because of her tall chopines, and a dog suddenly ran between her feet. She stumbled, nearly fell, and, in trying to catch herself, she accidentally kicked the dog. The dog's owner, a merchant, was absolutely furious and demanded compensation. Veronica ended up having to pay the man 20 ducats, a substantial sum, for injuring his dog with her shoe, all because she couldn't see her own feet and had no real control over her movements. She wrote, "I paid for the privilege of being beautiful and tall, but the price included not just the cost of the shoes, but the cost of living as though I were a precious statue being transported through the streets. I cannot walk, I cannot see where I step. I am decorative and useless, and this is what makes me valuable." That last line truly haunts me. I am decorative and useless, and this is what makes me valuable. The chopin fashion eventually died out in the late 1600s and early 1700s, not because people suddenly became sensible, but because fashion moved on to different methods of making women immobile and uncomfortable. The underlying priorities didn't change, only the methods did. But chopins left their distinct mark on history in more ways than just one. According to art historian Margaret F. Rosenthal in The Honest Courtesan, the very concept of putting women on a pedestal, which we still use today as a phrase, may have originated from the Chopin era. Women were literally elevated, placed on pedestals, made decorative and untouchable. And here's the really uncomfortable parallel to today. We still do this. We might not use wooden platforms, but we use Photoshop and filters to make women appear taller, thinner, more elevated than reality. We praise women for being high maintenance, as if requiring excessive, constant effort to maintain appearance is somehow a virtue. We tell women that they should be decorative objects, that their value is derived from being looked at rather than in what they can actually accomplish. The showpieces are gone, but the exact mindset that created them, that's still very much around. We've just gotten much better at disguising it. Think about the last time you consciously wore uncomfortable shoes. Maybe for a wedding or a job interview or a night out. You probably made the choice consciously. You knew they would hurt, but you wore them anyway, because they looked good. Because looking good mattered more than being comfortable. Now picture having to choose that every single day. Visualize those shoes being so extreme you absolutely need help to walk. Imagine facing the possibility of death whenever you crossed a bridge or used stairs. Picture dropping a whole year's pay on footwear that rendered you completely physically helpless. That was the daily reality for affluent Venetian women. It wasn't an option for a special event, but a constant fixture in their lives. And they couldn't just choose to stop without jeopardizing their place in society, their chances for marriage, or their entire sense of self. Thinking about those women wobbling around on their huge wooden platforms brings up this strange mix of compassion and annoyance. Compassion because they were caught in a system that offered no way out, but annoyance because they were also the ones imposing that very system on each other. But then I recall that we essentially do the same thing now whenever we judge another woman for skipping makeup, or for selecting comfortable shoes for a fancy party, or for valuing convenience over a certain look. We're simply enforcing our own modern version of the Chopin. As we gingerly step down from these ridiculous platforms, requiring assistance and trying hard not to tumble into a canal, I want you to consider this point. We've covered quite a bit of ground on our journey through the history of fashion's most bizarre mistakes. We've seen women practically suffocated by corsets, engulfed in flames by crinolines, choking under massive wigs, and now debilitated by their shoes. And there's a consistent pattern here. It's always about making women seem smaller, or taller, or thinner, or wider, anything but their natural form. It consistently involves restricting movement, limiting independence, and forcing women to rely on others for simple actions. But there's one item we haven't discussed yet that might be the most absurd fashion choice of all time. Because at least corsets, crinolines, wigs, and chopines all served some sort of functional purpose, however warped. They did something. What we're about to explore next accomplished absolutely nothing except making basic human actions like turning your head or feeding yourself completely out of the question. We're discussing an accessory so outlandish, so utterly without practical reason, that its only real job was to declare, I am so important and rich that I don't need the ability to move my head or feed myself. We're headed back to the Renaissance now, but to England this time, where fashion took a sudden shift towards the structural. A place where collars grew so massive that eating was impossible without help, where a simple nod of greeting was physically unattainable, and where doing the laundry turned into a multi-day ordeal that needed specialized tools. The rough awaits us, and honestly, once you grasp the sheer effort people put in just to wear a decorative collar, you will never take your simple t-shirt for granted again. When's the last time you struggled to eat a sandwich because your collar was in the way? Never, right? Because that sounds completely ridiculous. Standard collars don't stop you from eating. But what if I told you that for almost a century, the richest, most influential people across Europe wore collars so huge, so complex in their construction, that they literally couldn't feed themselves, that they had to rely on servants to place food in their mouths because they couldn't bend their heads forward, that they couldn't turn to look at the person beside them without moving their entire body? And what if I added that some of these collars weighed as much as 10 pounds, more than a gallon of milk, and cost more than a small house? Welcome to the time of the ruff, and yes, it's exactly as ludicrous as it sounds. The ruff began innocently enough, just like so many other fashion catastrophes. According to costume historian Jane Ashelford's research in The Art of Dress, Clothes and Society, 1500 and 1914, the ruff developed in the early 1500s from a small gathered ruffle at the neckline. Just a little embellishment, entirely reasonable. But then someone, probably in Spain, a place where extreme formality was practically a religion, decided that bigger was a sign of prestige. And then another person decided even bigger was an even better sign. And before you knew it, people were walking around with starched dinner plates attached to their necks. By the 1580s, right in the peak of the Elizabethan era, ruffs had reached truly incredible sizes. We're talking about collars that extended 6 to 9 inches outward from the neck in every direction. Some of the most extreme examples measured up to 12 inches from the neck to the edge. That's a full foot, a circular collar, 12 inches in radius, completely encircling your head. The National Portrait Gallery in London has countless paintings from this time, and when you look at them, the faces appear to be floating on enormous white discs. The ruffs are so big they dominate the entire picture. In some portraits you can barely make out the person's body, it's just a face and the ruff. And these weren't made from soft, comfortable material. Absolutely not. These were starched to an unbelievable rigidity. They were like architectural constructions that just happened to be made of cloth. Let me explain how these things were actually manufactured, because the process was unbelievably intricate and time-consuming. According to laundry historian Alison Carter's fascinating book, Fashion in Detail, which uses period household guides and laundry receipts, creating and keeping a ruff clean was basically a full-time profession. First, the fabric quality. Ruffs were constructed from the very finest linen, sometimes with expensive lace trim. The linen had to be perfectly white. Any yellowing or stain was considered unacceptable. The fabric would be pleated using a technique called figure-of-8 sets, which created precise, identical folds. Then came the starch. And not just any simple starch. The best was made from wheat, rice, or potatoes boiled until the consistency was absolutely perfect. Too thin, and the ruff would droop. Too thick, and it would be stiff and unpleasant to wear. Getting the formula right took incredible skill and experience, but here's the really interesting part. In the 1560s, a woman from Flanders named Dingen van der Plasse moved to London and introduced a brand new kind of starch, one that could be tinted blue, pink, yellow, or purple. According to historical records kept in the Worshipful Company of Launderers' archives, she charged outrageous prices to teach other laundresses this specialised technique. Why such high prices? Because coloured starch immediately became a potent fashion statement. Queen Elizabeth had yellow starched ruffs. Her courtiers couldn't wear yellow, as that was the Queen's unique colour. So they chose other colours to signal that they could afford this highly specialised and expensive starch. There's a wonderful little detail in the diary of Lady Anne Clifford, kept in the Cumbria Archive Centre, where she complains about her mother insisting she only wear white starched ruffs because coloured starch was deemed too bold for a young, unmarried girl. Anne was furious because all her friends had coloured ruffs and she felt completely plain by comparison. Teenage fashion drama in the 1590s. Some things truly never change. The actual labour of starching and setting a ruff took many hours. According to the household manual, The Accomplished Housewife's Assistant, which was published in 1610, a proper ruff required first washing it in clean water, then soaking it in the starch mixture. Careful removal without messing up the pleats, setting the pleats using heated, poking sticks, basically curling irons designed for ruffs, and finally arranging the ruff on a special wooden form to dry. The entire procedure took 4 to 6 hours for just one ruff, and you couldn't possibly wear the same ruff 2 days in a row. It would lose its crispness and perfect shape. So, wealthy individuals required multiple ruffs and servants dedicated solely to their upkeep. There's an account book from Hardwick Hall, the home of Bess of Hardwick, showing that in 1592 she employed 2 women whose only duty was caring for her ruffs. 2 full-time employees just for collars. The yearly cost for their salaries plus the starch and laundry supplies, according to economic historian Sarah Pennell's analysis in The Material Culture of Food, was roughly £15, about 3 times what a skilled tradesman earned in an entire year, all for collars. But let's talk about the practical realities of wearing these things, because that's where the situation becomes truly absurd. First, you couldn't turn your head at all. The ruff essentially functioned as a neck brace. If you wanted to look at something off to your left, you had to turn your entire body. There are accounts from the period of this causing all sorts of social awkwardness. William Harrison, in his 1577 description of England, wrote, "Our gentlemen do now wear such great ruffs that they must turn their whole bodies to see who calls them, making them appear as owls whose heads are fixed upon their shoulders." Can you actually imagine that? Someone calls your name from the side, and you have to execute a full-body pivot, like a slow-moving security camera, just to see who it is. Every social exchange became a stiff, choreographed movement, and then there was eating. Oh, the eating situation was a complete disaster. Because the ruff projected straight out from your neck, you couldn't bend your head forward to reach a plate. You couldn't even see what you were eating. You couldn't lean in to take a bite of anything. According to etiquette guides from the era, analysed by historian Carolyn Young in Manners Maketh Man, people developed special, peculiar methods for eating while wearing ruffs. Some used spoons with extremely long handles. Some simply had their servants feed them. Some just gave up on hot meals at social events and ate before they arrived. There's a satirical pamphlet from 1595 kept in the British Library called The Ruff's Revenge, which includes this quote: "The ruff is a most ingenious device for ensuring that men and women of quality need not soil themselves with the base act of feeding. For how can one eat when one cannot reach one's mouth? Thus we prove our nobility by starving elegantly." Starving elegantly. That's not really satire, that's just describing the reality. Playwright Ben Jonson, in his 1609 comedy Epicoene, includes a scene where a character wearing a giant ruff attempts to drink from a cup and ends up pouring wine all over herself because she can't see or reach properly. The audience would have found this hilarious because they'd all witnessed it happen in real life. Here's one more thing that often goes unmentioned: the actual weight. A correctly starched ruff, especially one with delicate lace trim, could weigh anywhere from 5 to 10 pounds. That's 10 pounds of fabric and starch, all of it supported by your neck. Dr. Rachel Worth, an orthopaedic specialist who studied the effect of historical fashion on skeletal remains for her research published in the Journal of Historical Medicine, found evidence of long-term neck strain in upper-class remains from the Elizabethan period. Compressed vertebrae, unusual bone growth, chronic muscle tension patterns, all clearly visible in the bone structure itself. These people were literally inflicting permanent neck damage on themselves just for the sake of fashion. There's a letter from Sir Walter Raleigh, yes, that Walter Raleigh, to his wife in 1592, kept in the British Library's manuscript collection, where he complains of grievous pain in my neck from wearing that confounded great ruff at court. He goes on to explain that he wore it anyway because showing up before the Queen without a proper ruff would be social suicide. Even famous war heroes and explorers were entirely restricted by fashion expectations. Now let's discuss the side effects, because wearing a gigantic starched collar created all sorts of unexpected problems. For example, the starch would sometimes irritate the skin, leading to rashes and open sores. According to medical texts from the period, including Andrew Board's 1547 The Breviary of Health, doctors frequently treated rough rash, a skin irritation caused by the stiff starched fabric constantly rubbing against the neck. Some people even developed allergic reactions to the starch itself. There are medical case studies documenting severe contact dermatitis from wheat starch. But people kept wearing them because what's a little permanent scarring compared to appearing unfashionable? And then there was the weather problem. Rain was an absolute catastrophe. According to the diary of merchant John Manningham, kept between 1602 and 1603, and now in the British Library, a sudden rainstorm could completely ruin a ruff. The starch would immediately dissolve, the careful pleats would collapse, and you'd be left with a soggy, formless mess wrapped around your neck. Manningham describes watching a gentleman caught in a shower, observing his elaborate ruff slowly wilt like a dying flower until it hung limply around his neck like a wet rag. The gentleman was so utterly mortified he reportedly went home immediately and didn't appear in public for an entire week. A week of total isolation because his collar got rained on. Here's a story that truly illustrates the physical danger of these things. In 1613, according to court records from the Old Bailey, there was a deadly stabbing in London. But the interesting detail isn't the crime itself. It's what ultimately prevented the victim from surviving. A man named Thomas Hardy was attacked with a knife. The wound wasn't immediately fatal. It was a relatively shallow cut to the chest. But Hardy was wearing an enormous starched ruff, and in the ensuing struggle, the ruff made it impossible for his friends to clearly see the wound or apply the proper pressure needed to stop the bleeding. By the time they finally managed to remove the ruff, which required unlacing and extremely careful handling to prevent further injury, Hardy had simply lost too much blood. The coroner's report explicitly states that the delay occasioned by the removal of his ruff contributed materially to his death. A collar literally killed him, not the knife wound, the collar. But perhaps the most truly absurd element of ruffs was the social anxiety they fueled, because once ruffs became a mark of status, everyone who could possibly afford one absolutely wanted one. According to social historian Joan Thirsk in Economic Policy and Projects, the ruff became such a key marker of social standing that sumptuary laws were enacted specifically to restrict who was allowed to wear them. A 1597 proclamation by Queen Elizabeth, preserved in the National Archives, attempted to limit the size and complexity of ruffs based on a person's social rank. Noblemen could wear ruffs of any size, knights could wear them up to a certain width, gentlemen were limited to smaller ruffs, merchants were restricted to even smaller ones. The proclamation is actually quite specific, listing measurements in inches. It's hilariously detailed. No person under the degree of a baron shall wear any guard or welt in any hose above the breadth of 1.5 inches, nor ruffs above the depth of 3 inches. 3 inches for commoners, 9 inches for the nobility. Your social worth was directly measured by your collar width, and the enforcement of these laws was, well, inconsistent at best. There are court records of people being fined for wearing ruffs above their station, but it didn't really stop anyone. According to legal historian Wilfred Hooper's research in the Tudor sumptuary laws, people would simply pay the fine and continue wearing their illegal ruffs. Because here's the key factor: social exclusion was far more terrifying than any legal penalty. If you showed up to a social event wearing a ruff that was too small, people would immediately assume you were poor. They would assume you'd fallen on hard times. Your chances for marriage would suffer, your business contacts would disappear, your entire social network could completely collapse. So people drove themselves into debt buying ruffs they couldn't afford. They went into debt. They sacrificed actual necessities to maintain this false image of wealth and status. There's a bankruptcy petition from 1598 in the London Metropolitan Archives where a merchant's wife lists their debts. Among the creditors, a laundress owed £8 for rough maintenance. That was more than they owed for food. They were literally prioritising collar starch over eating. You know what finally ended the rough fashion? You'd think it would be simple common sense, or perhaps health concerns, or maybe the sheer impracticality of it all. But no. What ultimately ended it was a royal assassination. In 1610, King Henri IV of France was assassinated. According to fashion historian Aileen Ribeiro in Dress and Morality, his successor, Louis XIII, was just a child who found ruffs uncomfortable and simply refused to wear them. His mother, the regent Marie de Medici, didn't force the issue. And just like that, because a kid disliked his collar, the trend began to shift. Within a decade, ruffs were being replaced by falling bands, flat collars that actually rested against the shoulders. Imagine that, a collar you could actually move in. Revolutionary. But the ruff had a long run, almost 100 years of preventing people from eating, turning their heads, or existing comfortably. A century of chronic neck pain, social anxiety, and spending fortunes on laundry starch. And for what purpose? To prove that you didn't need the ability to move like a normal human being. To prove you were so important that basic physical functionality was beneath you. As you get ready for bed tonight, maybe reach up and gently touch your neck. Feel how easily you can move it. Turn your head left and right. Isn't that a nice feeling? No resistance, no starched architectural collar forcing you to rotate your whole body. You can spontaneously eat whatever you want, whenever you want, without needing help. You can go out in the rain without worrying that your collar will dissolve into mush. These are simple privileges that people in the 16th century didn't have. And not because the technology wasn't available. We're not talking about some complex invention here. We're simply talking about choosing not to wear a giant starch collar. That's the only solution. But they couldn't opt out. The social cost was simply too high. So they suffered through it, convinced themselves it was a normal, even highly desirable part of life. They looked at people without ruffs and thought, how unsophisticated, how unlucky to be unable to afford proper neck adornment. Does that sound at all familiar to our modern lives? Do we engage in similar behaviours today? Convince ourselves that inconvenient, unpractical things are actually necessary or desirable, that suffering for the sake of appearance is normal and even good? I think about the people who wore ruffs, intelligent, capable people who had to plan their entire day around a collar, who couldn't spontaneously eat or drink, who developed chronic pain, who spent a fortune just on laundry. And I have to wonder, what are our modern ruffs? What are we wearing, either literally or figuratively, that future generations will look back on and think, why didn't they just stop doing that? Because here's the uncomfortable truth. The people who wore ruffs believed they were being sophisticated and extremely fashionable. They truly thought the people who suggested that maybe collars shouldn't prevent basic human functions were uneducated peasants who didn't understand style. They were completely wrong, but they couldn't see it clearly. They were too closely involved, too financially invested in it, too utterly terrified of the consequences if they dared to question it. Are we really any different? The ruff eventually faded into history, only to be replaced by other equally uncomfortable fashions that made different parts of the body suffer in new ways. Because that is the enduring pattern, isn't it? Fashion never truly learns a lesson. It simply moves on to the next absurdity, the next way to prove that you are somehow above basic comfort and practicality. And speaking of truly absurd ways to signal your status, we need to discuss an item that might just be the single most bizarre fashion statement in all of human history. Because while women were enduring the suffering of corsets, crinolines and chopins, men were grappling with their own completely unique brand of fashion insanity. What we are about to discuss is so ridiculous, so completely over the top, that when I first learned about it, I had to double-check my sources multiple times because I couldn't believe it was actually real. We're talking about men wearing grossly exaggerated, heavily decorated pouches on the very front of their pants. Pouches so large and ornate that they became the single focal point of their entire outfit. Pouches that absolutely required padding and structural support. Pouches that kings actually used to carry real items in, treating them just like pockets. I'm talking about the codpiece. And yes, it's exactly what you think it is. And yes, it gets much, much stranger than that. Because when men decided to make a dramatic fashion statement about their masculinity, they committed to it entirely. They went all in the most literal and most ridiculous way possible. Up until this point, we've focused mostly on the absurd things women were forced to endure for the sake of fashion. The crushing corsets, the burning crinolines, the towering wigs, the impossible shoes. And you might be thinking, Well, at least men had a much easier time of it. Oh, you sweet summer child. Let me introduce you to the codpiece. Because when Renaissance men made the decision to make a fashion statement, they didn't choose subtlety. They didn't settle for a handsome hat or a pair of fancy shoes. No, they chose to draw all attention directly to, well, let's just say they wanted everyone to know they were men, aggressively, prominently, and in a way that was utterly impossible to ignore. And the end result was possibly the single most bizarre fashion accessory in all of human history. The codpiece, from the Middle English word cod, meaning bag or scrotum, yes, really, actually started out as a sensible, practical solution to a wardrobe issue. According to fashion historian Grace Q. Vacheri in her comprehensive study, Visual Clothing in Late Medieval Europe, men's doublets and tunics in the early 1400s were getting progressively shorter and shorter. This was fine, except that men wore hose, essentially tight leggings, underneath. And here was the specific problem. Medieval hose came in two completely separate pieces, one for each leg, tied together at the top with laces, which left a substantial gap right in the front, precisely where you really don't want a gap. So someone invented a triangular piece of fabric specifically to cover that gap. Perfectly reasonable, practical even. It was essentially an early version of underwear, worn on the outside for the sake of modesty. But then, and this is where human nature always takes a ridiculous turn, someone had the thought, what if we made it bigger? What if we made it decorative? And that's when things got truly weird. By the early 1500s, according to costume historian Aileen Ribeiro's research in Dress in Renaissance Europe, the codpiece had completely evolved from a simple covering into a prominent, heavily padded and often elaborately decorated protrusion. We're talking about structured, stuffed pouches that jutted straight out from men's bodies, sometimes at angles that defied both simple physics and basic dignity. The Metropolitan Museum of Art has several portraits from this specific era. And when you look at them, you cannot help but notice the codpieces. They are absolutely impossible to miss. They are often the most commanding feature of the entire outfit. Bigger than the face, more heavily decorated than the doublet, demanding attention like a strange textile lighthouse. Portrait painter Hans Holbein the Younger, in his famous 1540 portrait of Henry VIII, now housed in the Thyssen-Bornemisza Museum in Madrid, painted the king with a codpiece so prominent, so aggressively displayed, that it is the very first thing you notice. It's heavily padded, it's absolutely enormous, and it is positioned front and dead centre in the composition. Henry was never subtle about anything, least of all his codpiece. Now let's talk about how these things were actually put together, because the engineering involved is simultaneously impressive and deeply ridiculous. According to Janet Arnold's detailed costume research in Patterns of Fashion, the cut and construction of clothes for men and women, codpieces were typically made with a foundation of stiffened linen or canvas, padding, usually wool, horsehair or even sawdust, an outer covering of expensive fabric matching the hose, and extensive decoration, embroidery, jewels, ribbons, and slashing to show off contrasting fabric underneath. Some codpieces even had metal reinforcement, not for protection in battle. These were purely fashion codpieces, not armour codpieces. Yes, those were different things. The metal was there purely to maintain the specific shape and projection. Projection. That was the technical term tailors used to describe how much the codpiece stuck forward from the body, because apparently that was a specific measurable specification that mattered greatly to people. There's a tailor's manual from 1580, preserved in the Biblioteca Nacional de España, that includes detailed instructions for constructing codpieces with optimal projection angles. It reads exactly like an engineering manual, which I suppose in a way it was. But here's where it becomes truly absurd. The codpiece very rapidly became an inescapable status symbol. A bigger, more elaborate codpiece signalled you were wealthier, more powerful, and presumably more manly. According to historian Will Fisher's research in materializing gender in early modern English literature, the specific size and decoration of a man's codpiece directly correlated with his social status. Kings and high nobles had truly massive codpieces covered in gold thread, studded with jewels, and intricately embroidered. Lesser nobles had smaller, less decorated versions. Commoners either wore very simple cloth versions or none at all. Your social rank was, quite literally, measured by your codpiece. Take a moment to truly absorb that. There are account books from the wardrobe of King Henry VIII, analysed by historian Maria Hayward in dress at the court of King Henry VIII, showing detailed expenditures for codpiece decoration. In 1535, Henry spent £4 on a single codpiece decorated with gold thread and seed pearls. For context, that's roughly equivalent to $6,000 today. $6,000 for decorative crotch padding. And Henry owned multiple codpieces. His wardrobe inventory from 1547, the year of his death, lists dozens of them. Different colours, different fabrics, different levels of decoration. He had an entire codpiece wardrobe, a whole collection. I want you to try to imagine having so many decorative crotch pouches that you actually need a system for inventory to keep track of them all. Here's one more detail that perfectly captures the absurdity. Codpieces became functional. Not in the obvious way, though yes, there was that. But men actually began using them as pockets, because if you're going to wear a large pouch on the front of your body, why not use it for storage? According to surviving inventories and contemporary accounts compiled by historian Julinka Rublak in Dressing Up, Cultural Identity in Renaissance Europe, men carried all sorts of things in their codpieces. Money, keys, love letters, and even snacks. Yes, snacks. There are multiple references to men keeping small food items in their codpieces for later consumption. Hold on, let me just reach into my decorative crotch pouch and grab an apple. The writer Michel de Montaigne, in his essays published in 1580, makes a passing reference to a nobleman who kept his handkerchief in his codpiece and then forgot it was there, creating a deeply embarrassing situation when he went to, well, you can imagine the situation. Montaigne wrote, "Fashion makes fools of us all, but never more than when it convinces us to use our intimate garments as purses." Wise words, Michel. Wise words indeed. Now there's one final aspect of codpiece culture that is particularly fascinating, the fierce competition. As codpieces gained symbolic importance, men began to vie for the most imposing, ornate one. This was an arms race, only substituting padded fabric protrusions for actual weaponry. Art historian Jennifer Jones, in her work Sexing la Mode, notes that French and Italian aristocrats in the 1540s and 50s held what contemporary diarists called codpiece contests, which were literal court competitions to see whose codpiece was most memorable. We have a letter from the Venetian ambassador to France, preserved in the State Archives of Venice, dated 1547. It recounts a court ball where the gentlemen did compete most shamefully in the size and decoration of their front pieces, some so large they could scarce walk without an ungainly waddle. An ungainly waddle. That's simply what occurs when a huge stuffed pouch is fastened to the front of your body. You lose the ability to walk normally. Physics just doesn't care about your fashion decisions. The letter continues, claiming one gentleman's piece was so heavy with jewels and gold thread that it required a small support strap over his shoulder to bear the weight. He looked most ridiculous, though none dared say so. A support strap for his codpiece, a tiny ornamental suspender system just for his crotch. I truly couldn't invent this if I tried. History proves stranger than all fiction. But let's consider the practical troubles these things caused, because there were plenty. First, sitting down. A big stiff codpiece jutting straight out from your body made sitting a chore. You couldn't push your chair close to a table. You had to either sit crookedly or spread your legs extremely wide. Woodcuts and engravings from that time depict men seated in what we now call a man-spreading posture. It wasn't a choice, it was a physical requirement. The codpiece demanded its space. Then came horseback riding. Equestrian historian Anne Hyland's research in the medieval warhorse details how padded codpieces posed significant issues for riders. The stuffing would rub, the framework would shift, and in some instances, the codepiece would physically damage the saddle. Saddlery invoices from the 1550s, found in the account books of several noble houses, show repairs for saddle damage occasioned by gentlemen's dress. That's a polite way of admitting codpieces were actually ruining expensive leather saddles. And dancing. Forget about it completely. The popular Renaissance dances involved a lot of hopping, twirling, and intimate partner work. Picture attempting a graceful spin while wearing a stiff, padded pocket extending half a foot from your groin. Baldassare Castiglione's The Book of the Courtier, published in 1528, contains a funny section where he describes a courtier accidentally hitting his dance partner with his codpiece during an energetic turn. The woman was understandably upset, and the man was utterly humiliated. Castiglione uses the anecdote as a lesson that moderation in everything, including codpiece size, is recommended. Now, here's an interesting part. The church eventually got involved, because naturally, it did. Religious historian Jennifer Summit's research in Memory's Library, Medieval Books in Early Modern England, shows that several prominent clergy members denounced codpieces as immodest, sinful, and a violation of Christian humility. A 1554 sermon by the Protestant reformer Thomas Beacon, kept in the British Library, includes this absolutely withering, burning condemnation. What Christian man can, with good conscience, wear upon his private parts such excessive and wanton decoration? Is this not the very height of pride and worldly vanity? Do these men think to seduce with their stuffed and jewelled parts as peacocks display their feathers? Stuffed and jewelled parts. I mean, he's not wrong about the look. But the most famous religious critique came from Philip Stubbs. In his 1583 book, Anatomy of Abuses, he devoted a full chapter to codpieces, declaring them an abomination before God, and such a one as modesty forbids me to describe fully. And yet, he proceeds to describe them in great length and detail. One gets the feeling Philip was perhaps a little too fixated on other men's codpieces for someone claiming moral outrage. So what finally brought the end of the codpiece? Fashion. You might imagine it was religious pressure, common sense, or men just realising how foolish they appeared. But no, what killed it was the shift towards looser, more draping styles in men's clothing during the late 1500s. Fashion historian Daniel Roche, in The Culture of Clothing, notes that as doublets grew longer and breeches became fuller in the 1570s and 80s, the codpiece became redundant. It also quickly became unfashionable. The padded lump suddenly looked archaic instead of chic. By 1600, codpieces had practically vanished from the fashion scene. Men's clothing had simply moved on to other absurdities. We'll discuss those next. The codpiece ended up a remnant of a more peculiar age, a fashion choice so strange that even the men who had worn them seemed to feel ashamed in hindsight. There's a wonderful letter from 1605 found in the Folger Shakespeare Library, where an older gentleman writes to his son, "In my youth we wore such pieces as would make you laugh to see. We thought ourselves most manly and fine. Now I look at portraits from those days and wonder what madness possessed us." What madness indeed, sir. What madness indeed. But here is what truly strikes me about the codpiece. These were not primitive people. These were Renaissance thinkers, explorers, artists, scholars, scientists. These were people making huge strides in philosophy, art, literature, and science. And yet they were also donning heavily padded, jewelled crotch pouches, and believing this was the peak of sophistication. Intelligence doesn't offer protection from cultural absurdity. Education doesn't give you immunity to peer pressure. You can be brilliant in every other aspect of your life and still make utterly ridiculous fashion decisions because everyone else around you is making the same choices. Does this sound at all familiar? How many successful, smart people do you know who participate in silly trends because the crowd is doing it? How many of us follow fads that clearly make no sense, but we comply anyway because the social price of non-conformity seems too high? Here is a question for you. What is our modern codpiece? What are we doing right now that people 4 centuries from now will look back on and ask, what were they actually thinking? Is it the way we construct our social media profiles, spending hours curating an image that isn't quite authentic? Is it the trend for certain body shapes that require surgical intervention to achieve? Are they the status symbols we chase? Pricey cars, luxury goods, designer brands that fulfill no real practical purpose except to advertise one's wealth? Because here's the kicker, the men wearing codpieces believed they were sophisticated. They thought their critics were unsophisticated peasants who didn't grasp fashion. They were absolutely convinced they looked great. They were wrong, but they couldn't see it because everyone in their social circle was doing the identical thing. Are we truly any different? The codpiece disappeared into history, but the underlying urge did not. The urge to display status, to compete with one's peers, to wield fashion as a weapon in social struggle. That desire is still here. We've just found new methods to express it that don't involve decorative crotch pouches. Thank goodness for that small mercy. As you prepare to sleep tonight, perhaps take a moment to be glad you live in an age where you don't need to carry your snacks in a jeweled sack attached to your intimate area. That's a sign of progress, right? That's something worth being thankful for. But before you get too comfortable, before you totally relax into the pleasant assurance that we've evolved past such follies, I need to tell you about something that might just shift your view. Because while men were competing with their codpieces and women were crushing themselves inside corsets, a different battle was being fought. A battle over something so simple, so fundamental you probably never even consider it. Colour, that's correct. For the vast majority of human history, the colour of your clothing wasn't just a personal preference. It was a political statement, a legal matter, and occasionally a death sentence, because certain colours were reserved only for certain people. And if you wore the wrong colour, you risked being fined, arrested, imprisoned, or, in the most extreme scenarios, executed. We touched on this concept earlier with the sumptuary laws, but we have to dig deeper. We need to talk about the colour purple and why, for thousands of years, it was literally more expensive than gold. We need to discuss the people who died to create it and the people who died for wearing it. We need to talk about the result when fashion meets power and how something as simple as dye could become a mark of divinity, a tool of oppression, and a symbol so potent that empires rose and fell over who was allowed to wear it. The colour police were very real, and their story is darker than you can likely imagine. What's your favourite colour? Go on, think about it for a second. Maybe it's red, or green, or blue. Now picture waking up tomorrow morning to discover that your favourite colour is illegal. Not just unfashionable, illegal. Wearing it could lead to you being arrested, publicly shamed, fined, or in some cases killed. Sounds like a dystopian nightmare, right? Like something lifted from a science fiction novel. But for most of human history, this was simply reality. And the colour that could get you killed faster than any other was purple. Beautiful, regal, supposedly divine purple. Let me tell you about a man named Marcus Antonius Felix. He lived in Rome in 63 AD, and according to the Roman historian Cassius Dio's Roman History, Marcus made one fatal error. He wore a toga with a purple stripe to the forum. Just a stripe, not even an entirely purple garment, simply a decorative purple trim. He was arrested within a few hours. He was executed within days. His crime? Impersonating a senator. Because in Rome, purple wasn't merely a colour, it was a sign of rank, and wearing it without being entitled to it was viewed as an act of fraud, punishable by death. Marcus's family begged for mercy, offering to pay enormous fines, but the Emperor Nero refused. He wanted to set an example. According to Dio's account, Nero declared, "Let it be known that purple is sacred. To wear it falsely is to blaspheme against the state itself." Marcus was beheaded. His purple-striped toga was publicly burned in the Forum. His name was erased from all official records. He was wiped from history for wearing the wrong colour. To grasp why purple was so deadly, we have to talk about its origin. And believe me, the story of Tyrian purple, also called imperial purple or royal purple, is truly wild. According to classical historian Lloyd Llewellyn-Jones, in The Meaning of Colour in the Ancient Mediterranean, Tyrian purple was derived from sea snails, specifically the Murex trunculus and Murex brandaris species found in the Mediterranean. And here's the truly insane part. It took approximately 12,000 snails to produce enough dye for a single gram of purple pigment. 12,000 snails for 1 gram. That's roughly enough to dye only the trim of a single toga. The process was toxic, revolting, and extremely labour-intensive. Pliny the Elder's Natural History, written in 77 AD and still available in various translations, states that the snails had to be crushed, harvested, and left to ferment for days in stone or lead vats. The smell, Pliny writes, was so foul that it could be detected from miles away, and workers in the dye factories were required to live separately from the city, for their stench made them unbearable in civilized company. These workers, mainly slaves, would develop skin diseases from the poisonous chemicals. Many went blind from the constant fumes. Their life expectancy was shockingly short, even by ancient standards. Archaeological evidence analysed by researcher Inga Besken-Canold in The Art of Dyeing in Classical Antiquity shows skeletal remains discovered near ancient purple dye factories in Phoenicia with signs of severe chemical exposure, respiratory illness, and premature death. People died making this colour. Many people. And the cost? Absolutely astronomical. Economic historian Raymond Bogart's analysis of ancient price records in The Price of Purple in the Roman Empire indicates that at its peak, 1 pound of Tyrian purple cloth cost about 2,000 denarii. For context, a Roman soldier earned roughly 225 denarii per year, so 1 pound of purple cloth was worth nearly 9 years of a soldier's wages. It was literally more costly than gold by weight. Some historians estimate it was worth up to 3 times the price of gold. This is precisely why purple became the colour of kings and emperors, not because it was merely attractive, although it was, but because it was so outrageously expensive that only the most powerful, wealthiest people in the entire world could possibly afford it. Wearing purple was like walking around with your entire net worth displayed on your body. And if you wore it without permission, you were claiming a status and wealth you didn't possess. You were committing fraud. And fraud against the state was a capital offence. The Romans were not the only civilization with a colour police. Textile historian Dominique Cardan, in Natural Dyes, Sources, Tradition, Technology and Science, confirms that virtually every ancient civilization had laws restricting the use of colour. In ancient China during the Tang dynasty, yellow was reserved only for the emperor. The Tang Code, preserved in historical legal documents, clearly states that anyone other than the emperor who wears bright yellow shall be punished by death, not might be punished, but shall be punished. There is a documented case from 841 AD, recorded in the Old Book of Tang, of a merchant named Wang Xianji who wore a yellow robe to a market. Someone alerted the authorities. He was arrested, tried, and executed within 3 days. His entire family, including his children, were exiled as punishment for his crime, for wearing yellow, for wearing a colour. Can you imagine living in a world where your choice of clothing colour could ruin your entire family? But let's return to purple, because the obsession with this colour becomes even stranger. According to historian David Jacobi in Silk Economics and Cross-Cultural Artistic Interaction, by the Byzantine Empire, purple had become so sacred that an entire room in the imperial palace was called the Porphyra, the purple chamber, where empresses were required to give birth. Why? Because babies born in this purple room were called porphyrogenitus, born in the purple. It was the ultimate mark of legitimacy. It signified that you were genuinely royal, born into power rather than having simply seized it. This distinction was so critical that it could determine succession to the throne. The Emperor Constantine VII, who reigned from 913 to 959 AD, actually added Porphyrogenitus to his name. His official title was Constantine VII Porphyrogenitus, and he ensured everyone knew about it. According to his own writings in De Administrando Imperio, he believed being born in the Purple Room was more important than any of his actual accomplishments as emperor. Think about that. Your birthplace, not your abilities, not your achievements, just the colour of the room you were born in, could determine whether you ruled an empire. Now, here's something that truly captures the absurdity of colour restrictions in medieval Europe. According to historian Sarah Griffith Gordon's Research in Culinary Comedy in Medieval French Literature, there were laws specifying not just who could wear specific colours, but precisely how much of that colour they were allowed to wear. A 1279 French law preserved in the Archives Nationales specified that knights could wear small quantities of purple trim, no wider than 2 inches. Lesser nobles could wear purple-dyed buttons. The extremely wealthy merchant class was permitted to wear purple on the interior lining of their garments, where it wouldn't be visible, but full purple garments? Only royalty. Anyone else caught wearing a fully purple robe could be stripped of their property, arrested, and in some cases, executed. There's a fascinating court case from 1323, documented in the legal records of Philip the Fime of France, where a wealthy banker named Jacques Coeur was prosecuted for wearing what appeared to be a purple cloak to a royal event. His defence was that the cloak was actually a very dark blue, just appearing purple in certain types of light. The court called in fabric experts. They examined the cloak under various lighting conditions. They debated the precise wavelength of the colour. This trial went on for weeks over one cloak, over what colour it actually was. Jacques was eventually acquitted. The court ruled the cloak was dark blue with purple undertones, but he was forced to pay an enormous fine for merely creating the appearance of impropriety. He was financially ruined by the fine and the legal fees. His crime? Maybe wearing purple. Maybe not. Nobody was even fully certain. Let me share one of the most heartbreaking stories I've found in my research. In 1537, according to records kept in the Spanish National Archives, a woman named Beatriz de Luna was living in Portugal. She was a converso, a Jew who had been forced to convert to Christianity during the Spanish Inquisition. Beatriz was successful, wealthy, and trying very hard to assimilate into Christian society. One day she wore a dress dyed with kermes, a red dye made from an insect that, depending on the preparation and concentration, could appear anywhere from crimson to purple. Someone, we don't know who, the records simply say, a concerned neighbour, reported her to the Inquisition. They alleged her dress was purple and that she was attempting to mock Christian nobility and elevate herself above her station. The Inquisition immediately arrested her. According to the trial transcripts analysed by historian René Levine Melamed in Heretics or Daughters of Israel, Beatrice argued that her dress was red, not purple. She brought in witnesses who swore it was red. She brought in the dyer who made it, who swore it was red. But the Inquisition's examiner declared it purple, or purple enough, or potentially purple in certain light. The wording in the judgment is deliberately vague. Beatrice was convicted of trying to fraudulently assume noble status through display. She was publicly humiliated, her property was confiscated, and she was exiled. She eventually fled to Istanbul, where she lived out the rest of her life in relative safety. But here is the truly tragic part. Modern analysis of fabrics dyed with kermes from the same time period and region shows that they were, in fact, red. Beatrice was likely telling the truth. Her dress was probably red. But it didn't matter in the end, because the colour police were not actually about enforcing objective standards. They were primarily about enforcing power, about keeping people in their designated place, about making absolutely sure nobody got ideas above their station. The colour restrictions were not just limited to purple either. According to historian Michel Pastoureau, one of the world's leading experts on the history of colour, in his book The History of a Colour, different societies restricted different colours for various reasons. In medieval Europe, green was sometimes restricted because of its association with the supernatural and fairies. Wearing too much green could lead to accusations of witchcraft. In Tudor England, according to sumptuary laws, analysed by historian Maria Hayward, scarlet red was reserved for high clergy and nobility. The exact shade mattered deeply. Bright scarlet was illegal for commoners, but darker reds were permitted, and the enforcement was cruel and arbitrary. There are records of people being tried and arrested for wearing colours that were simply too rich or too bright for their station. Not specific, illegal colours, just colours that seemed too nice. One case from 1562, documented in the Middlesex Sessions records, involved a seamstress named Alice Hawkins, who was arrested for wearing a dress that was a too vibrant a green for one of her low birth. The court commanded her to either destroy the dress or dye it a duller colour. She chose to destroy it because re-dyeing would cost more than making a new dress. She had to burn her own clothes simply because they were too pretty. Now, you might be thinking, surely enlightened people, educated people, spoke out against this clear insanity. Some did try. The Renaissance humanist Erasmus, in his 1511 work The Praise of Folly, mocked the colour restrictions relentlessly. He wrote, and I'm paraphrasing from the Latin, "We have made such a science of fabric and dye that we can determine a man's worth by the shade of his tunic, as if God cared whether we wear purple or brown, as if virtue could be measured in pigment." But speaking out against these powerful laws was extremely risky. Erasmus could get away with it because he was famous and had powerful protectors. Regular people, not so much. There is a letter from 1534, preserved in the Folger Shakespeare Library, from a merchant named Thomas Tyndale to his brother, where he writes, "I dare not speak against the colour laws, though I think them foolish. Just yesterday, a man in our parish was fined heavily for saying the purple restrictions were contrary to Christian charity. I will keep my thoughts to myself and my purse intact." People chose to self-censor. They stayed quiet. They accepted absurd restrictions because the alternative was far worse. Does that sound at all familiar? Here is something that really highlights the hypocrisy, because while common people were being arrested for wearing a small purple trim, the nobility were dyeing entire tapestries, curtains, and room decorations purple. They weren't just wearing it, they were totally surrounding themselves with it. According to household inventories analysed by historian Lisa Monas in Merchants, Princes and Painters, a single purple tapestry in the palace of the Duke of Burgundy in 1467 was valued at £1,500, roughly equivalent to $15 million today. $15 million for a wall hanging. And while the Duke was hanging $15 million worth of purple on his walls, his own subjects were being prosecuted for wearing purple thread in their embroidery. The rule wasn't "purple is rare and sacred, so we must use it sparingly." The rule was "purple is rare and sacred, so only we get to use it, and we'll use as much as we want." The colour restrictions finally began to collapse in the late 17th and early 18th centuries, not because of a sudden moral awakening, but because of chemistry. When synthetic dyes were developed, particularly William Perkins' accidental discovery of mauveine in 1856, purple could suddenly be produced cheaply and in enormous quantities. According to science historian Simon Garfield in Mauve, How One Man Invented a Colour That Changed the World, within a decade of Perkins' discovery, purple fabrics that would have bankrupted a medieval merchant could be bought by a factory worker for a few shillings. The scarcity vanished, and with it the mystique. You simply cannot uphold a colour's sacred status when anyone can purchase it at the market for pocket change. But here is what truly haunts me. The laws didn't vanish because people realised they were unjust. They vanished because they became completely unenforceable. The underlying belief that some people deserve access to beauty and luxury while others do not, that belief never went away. We just found new, more subtle ways to enforce it. Think about today's designer labels. Think about how much a Louboutin shoe, a Hermes bag, or a Supreme hoodie costs. These are not superior products in any real functional sense. They're more costly because they are desirable, because not every individual can acquire them. We have substituted brand restrictions for colour limitations. We have exchanged laws about dyes for financial obstacles. The operation has shifted, but the fundamental intent remains unchanged. To establish conspicuous class divisions, to ensure everyone recognises who possesses wealth and who does not. And exactly as in the Middle Ages, we actively supervise one another. We ridicule individuals who wear imitation designer merchandise. We criticise those unable to afford the appropriate labels. We have accepted the same hierarchical structures that once led to people being executed for wearing the wrong shade. We are the fashion police now. We are simply more discreet about it. As you close your eyes this evening, perhaps reflect upon the individuals who suffered to create the colour purple, the slaves poisoned while manufacturing the pigment, the people put to death for wearing it, the families ruined because someone wore the incorrect hue in the wrong setting. Consider the amount of suffering caused by something as arbitrary as a colour, by the notion that some people merit beauty and others are undeserving, that certain individuals are more valuable than others, and this can be determined merely by observing their attire. And then consider whether we have truly evolved beyond that, or if we have merely become better at pretending we have. Because here is the essential point. While we've been examining all these historical fashion catastrophes, the constraining corsets, the flammable crinolines, the enormous wigs, the ridiculous codpieces, the lethal colour rules, there has been a consistent theme connecting all of them. They were all mechanisms of control, designed to limit personal freedom, to keep people confined to their designated positions. But as we transition into the early 20th century, something remarkable occurs. Clothing evolves into a battlefield in a much broader conflict. Women begin to resist. They start to demand the ability to move, to breathe, to exist comfortably within their own bodies. And the fashion industry's response? They conceived of something so constricting, so intentionally disabling, that it makes corsets appear almost gentle in comparison. They introduced a style that literally prevented women from moving at a normal speed, from running, from escaping potential hazards. They named them hobble skirts, and the name was not a metaphor. These skirts were engineered to restrict women's movement, to bind their legs together, to render them defenceless. And this happened in the 1900s. Not the medieval period, not the Renaissance, but the 20th century. The era of cars and planes and the movement for women's voting rights. Because apparently the one thing that truly intimidated clothing designers was the prospect of women having the ability to walk uninhibited. Try a simple experiment for me right now. If you are upright, take a generous step forward. If you are reclined, visualize taking one. Sense how natural that feels, how your legs can move separately, freely, how you could accelerate if necessary, leap if you desired, just walk like a typical human being. Now imagine being told that fundamental freedom of movement was unfashionable, unladylike, that genuinely refined women should take small steps, not long strides. That your movements should be so tiny, so restrained, that a child could walk faster than you. And then imagine a garment created specifically to make this constraint permanent. A skirt so tightly fitted around the ankles that you were physically unable to take a proper step, that you literally could not run, that if there were a fire or danger or any emergency, you would be immobilized by your own attire. This took place in 1910, not 1610 or 1710. 1910, the age of electric lighting, motor vehicles, and women struggling for the right to cast a ballot. And the fashion industry observed women demanding liberty and decided, you know what would be wonderful? Skirts that prevent them from walking. The hobble skirt was conceived by French designer Paul Poiret, who, according to fashion historian Nancy J. Troy in her text Couture, a Study in Modern Art and Fashion, considered himself a revolutionary figure. He had supposedly liberated women from corsets. He maintained he had given them loose, flowing clothing influenced by ancient Greek and Oriental aesthetics. And yet, in 1910, he unveiled a skirt so narrow at the bottom edge that women could hardly move. The contradiction was seemingly lost on him. As documented in Poiret's own autobiography, King of Fashion, which was released in 1931, his inspiration came from watching a woman stepping into a car. Her skirt snagged on the door and she had to draw it close to her legs to enter. Poiret thought this looked graceful and sophisticated, so he designed a skirt that compelled women to maintain that posture constantly. He made women appear as if they were perpetually climbing into a vehicle, even when they were simply attempting to stroll down the street. In his memoir, he stated with evident satisfaction, "I released the chest but confined the lower limbs. Women complained they couldn't walk easily. I informed them that is exactly the intention. Walking is so commonplace. Gliding is magnificent. Gliding." He expected women to move everywhere with a smooth, effortless motion, as if on hidden wheels. Never mind ascending stairs, never mind uneven pathways, never mind actual reality. Allow me to provide you with some precise data about these skirts, because the measurements are truly astonishing. Based on costume historian Valerie Steele's studies in the corset A Cultural History, a typical hobble skirt from 1910 to 1914 had a waist measurement that was somewhat conventional, 26 to 28 inches. Hips were still manageable at 38 to 40 inches. However, the bottom hem was 14 to 16 inches in circumference, 14 inches encircling both ankles. For perspective, the average woman's natural stride is approximately 26 to 28 inches. These skirts reduced that distance by half. Some women could only achieve steps of 3 or 4 inches at a time. There is a fascinating account in the magazine, The Ladies' Home Journal, from April 1910, preserved in the Library of Congress, where a fashion journalist tried on a hobble skirt and recorded the incident. She wrote, "I endeavoured to move from the dressing room to the showroom, a distance perhaps of 20 feet. It required nearly 2 minutes. Every step demanded meticulous consideration and execution. I felt as though I was relearning to walk as a child, except this time with my ankles restrained." The shame was profound. The impracticality was completely and absolutely clear. I bought 3. She purchased 3 after describing how embarrassing and unworkable the skirt was, because that is the effect fashion has on people. It convinces them to buy their own constraints. Now, for the mishaps. Oh, the mishaps. Because when you force women to take small, dragging steps, unfortunate incidents occur. A great many unfortunate incidents. According to historical newspaper records gathered by historian Caroline Evans in The Mechanical Smile, there were hundreds of officially reported instances of women injured while wearing hobble skirts. Falls were the most common, women stumbling over their own feet, unable to regain their balance, unable to react quickly enough to avoid objects. But there were more serious events. In July 1910, the New York Times reported on a woman named Ida Goyette who was crossing a street in New York City while wearing a hobble skirt. A horse-drawn carriage rounded the corner faster than anticipated. Witnesses stated Ida saw it approaching and attempted to run. She couldn't. The skirt prevented it. She managed 2 or 3 clumsy, dragging steps before she lost her footing and fell. The carriage hit her. She survived but sustained severe injuries. But the news report includes this chilling detail. The doctor who treated her noted that had Mrs. Goyette been wearing a regular skirt, she could have effortlessly avoided the collision by stepping rapidly to the side. Her stylish clothing almost cost her her life. Nearly cost her her life because she was wearing a popular skirt, and this was not a unique case. The American Journal of Public Health, in a 1912 article analysing pedestrian incidents, observed a noticeable rise in street accidents involving women, which they directly linked to the widespread presence of restrictive skirt fashions that hinder normal movement. Women were being struck by cars and carriages because they couldn't get out of the way fast enough because fashion had slowed them down. But here is where the dark humour lies. The hobble skirt became widely adopted at exactly the same time. The women's right to vote movement was gaining significant power. According to historian Christine Stansel in The Feminist Promise, between 1910 and 1914, the peak years of the hobble skirt trend, women across America and Europe were organising marches, conducting protests, and demanding the right to vote, and they were doing so in skirts that made it impossible for them to march correctly. There are photographs in the Library of Congress from the 1913 Women's Suffrage Parade in Washington, D.C., showing women in hobble skirts struggling to keep pace. They cannot maintain formation. Some are literally holding on to each other for stability. The anti-suffrage newspapers enjoyed this immensely. Political cartoons made fun of women demanding equality while wearing skirts that rendered them unable to walk. One drawing from 1912, preserved in the National Archives, depicts a suffragette in a hobble skirt attempting to march while a man laughs. The text reading, "She wants equal rights but can't take equal steps." The symbolism was too perfect to ignore. Women demanding freedom while fashion literally disabled them. And the most unfortunate aspect, many suffragettes failed to recognise the inconsistency. They wore hobble skirts to demonstrations because they wanted to appear reputable, stylish, and credible. They were attempting to prove they deserved rights while wearing garments designed to restrict their rights. Let me share with you a story about a woman who did understand the contradiction. Her name was Dr. Anna Shaw, a prominent American suffragist and medical doctor. According to her memoir, The Story of a Pioneer, published in 1915, she refused to wear hobble skirts and publicly criticised them in a 1911 speech in Boston. The transcript is preserved in the Schlesinger Library at Harvard. She stated, "Men inform us we are unsuitable for voting because we are too emotional, too illogical. And then they invent a skirt that prevents us from walking and expect us to wear it. Tell me, who is acting illogically here?" The audience applauded enthusiastically. Many women in that audience were, in fact, wearing hobble skirts. Dr. Shaw continued, "Every hobble skirt represents a victory for those who wish to keep us oppressed. Every stride we cannot take is a right we have voluntarily surrendered. I refuse to restrict myself, and I strongly urge every woman here to do the same." But her viewpoint did not become popular, because fashion, as we have observed throughout this entire discussion, is more influential than rational thought, more influential than personal safety, sometimes even more influential than the desire for personal freedom. Now let's discuss the financial consequences of hobble skirts, because it is captivating in the worst possible way. According to Labour historian Maureen W. Greenwald's research in Women, War and Work, the hobble skirt introduced unexpected difficulties in the professional environment. Women employed as sales associates, phone operators, and office workers in positions that demanded movement found hobble skirts impractical. Many employers actually prohibited them. There are internal company documents from 1911 and 1912 recorded in various business archives, explicitly forbidding hobble skirts as dangerous and detrimental to efficient work. One department store in Chicago, Marshall Field's, issued a rule in 1911 stating that any female employee wearing a hobble skirt would be sent home to change. The internal memo, preserved in the company records, explained, we have noticed a considerable reduction in efficiency and a worrying rise in minor accidents among staff wearing these restrictive articles of clothing. But here is the critical part. Some women resigned their jobs rather than abandon the style. They chose unemployment over clothing they considered unfashionable. According to newspaper accounts from the time period analysed by historian Kathy Pierce in Hope and Ajar, this became frequent enough that employment agencies began including no-hobble skirts in job vacancy notices. Imagine choosing financial hardship over slightly more comfortable clothing. But that is the power of fashion. It can make something impractical seem necessary. It can make physical discomfort seem acceptable. The public transit sector also had to adjust. According to transit historian Brian Cudahy in Cash, Tokens and Transfers, streetcar and bus companies observed women struggling to get onto vehicles while wearing hobble skirts. The entrance steps were too high. The skirts were too tight. Women would fall or cause delays, or simply give up and wait for a taxi they could not afford. Some cities altered their public transportation systems. They installed lower steps. They added handrails specifically to help women in these restrictive skirts board safely. There is a fascinating photograph from 1912 in the New York Transit Museum showing a special ladies' step stool being used to assist a woman in a hobble skirt boarding a streetcar. Think about that situation. Cities spent municipal funds modifying their public infrastructure to accommodate a fashion that made women unable to walk normally. They did not question the style itself. They simply adapted the entire environment to fit it. It's comparable to constructing wheelchair ramps for individuals who voluntarily choose to sit in wheelchairs for cosmetic reasons. Except we would never do that because it is clearly nonsensical. But somehow, modifying public transit for hobble skirts seemed like a reasonable solution at the time. Here is one of my most compelling stories, and by compelling, I mean most aggravating. In 1912, according to documents from the Titanic Historical Society, there were a number of women on the Titanic wearing hobble skirts. When the vessel struck the iceberg and the rescue operation commenced, these women faced a terrifying decision. The lifeboats required descending rope ladders from the main deck. You needed complete flexibility in your legs. You needed to be able to move rapidly. Several women, based on survivor testimony documented in the British Wreck Commissioner's inquiry, refused to remove their hobble skirts even when the crew members pleaded with them. They were more fearful of being exposed in their underclothes than they were of drowning. Some of these women did eventually remove their skirts and lived. Some did not and perished. Fashion historian Valerie Cumming, in Understanding Fashion History, notes that survivor accounts specifically mention women having difficulty with their skirts during the emergency evacuation. They were aboard a sinking vessel in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. And some women still prioritized adherence to modesty and current style over their own survival. That is not just superficiality. That is not mere stupidity. That is the outcome of a lifetime of social conditioning that teaches women their physical appearance is more important than their personal safety, their physical comfort, or even their existence. The hobble skirt eventually disappeared, not because women staged a revolt against it, but because World War I began in 1914. According to fashion historian Lou Taylor, in the study of dress history, when women entered the labour force in huge numbers to replace the men who had departed for the conflict, hobble skirts became unfeasible. You cannot operate machinery in a factory while wearing a hobble skirt. You cannot drive an emergency vehicle. You cannot perform any of the essential jobs women suddenly needed to undertake to keep society functioning. So the skirt styles became wider. Practical necessity finally overcame fashion dictates for once. But note this important distinction. It was not women's personal comfort that led to the end of the hobble skirt. It was not their demands for greater freedom. It was a war started by men that required women to be physically capable of movement. So suddenly, it was socially acceptable for them to move. The underlying message was unambiguous. Women's physical capability is only considered valuable when it serves the objectives of someone else. Now, before you conclude, Well, at least we no longer have hobble skirts. Let me pose a question to you. Have you ever worn shoes that made walking difficult? High heels so elevated you were forced to take small, careful steps? Have you ever purchased pants so tight you could not sit down without discomfort? Have you ever worn any article of clothing that restricted your natural movement because it was considered aesthetically pleasing? We are still restricting ourselves. We have just adopted more subtle methods of doing so. According to a 2019 academic study published in the Journal of Foot and Ankle Research by Dr. Yong Seok Gi, over 60% of women report regularly wearing footwear that causes them pain or limits their ability to walk naturally. 60%. That is not an isolated occurrence. That represents the majority. We ridicule the hobble skirt, but we praise the stiletto heel. We laugh at women who were unable to flee from danger in 1910 while wearing shoes in 2025 that make running equally impossible. The hobble skirt itself is gone. But the motivation behind it, the concept that women should trade unrestricted movement for an image of beauty that remains very much current. As you rest tonight, perhaps reflect on the women who shuffled through the streets of New York, Paris, and London, taking small steps, unable to run, unable to evade danger, all because fashion deemed this to be beautiful and refined. Think about the suffragettes demonstrating for their freedom while wearing skirts intentionally designed to restrict them. Think about the women on the Titanic who lost their lives because they refused to remove their fashionable skirts. And then reflect on what you are personally willing to sacrifice for the sake of current fashion, what personal freedoms you surrender, what discomfort you tolerate, what personal risks you accept. Because here is the difficult truth. We observe the hobble skirts of the past and think, how could they have been so misguided? But we are engaging in precisely the same behaviour. We are simply using different types of clothing to do it. We have convinced ourselves that our self-imposed restrictions are deliberate choices, that our physical pain is justified, that enduring discomfort for the sake of beauty is somehow an empowering act. The hobble skirt may be historical, but the mindset that gave rise to it is still powerfully present. And speaking of persistent mindsets that refuse to vanish, we need to revisit a topic we briefly mentioned earlier, but have not explored fully. Because while the hobble skirt was a short-lived early 20th century craze, there was another clothing trend that lasted considerably longer and went much further in the pursuit of utterly impossible physical proportions. We talked about the farthingale that made women too wide to fit through doorways. We discussed the crinolines that were prone to catching fire. But there was another underlying skirt structure, one that combined the most negative characteristics of both and made women so extraordinarily wide that they couldn't physically pass through most doorways at all. That necessitated furniture to be completely redesigned. That turned simple daily activities like sitting down at a dining table or travelling in a carriage into complicated engineering challenges. I am referring to panniers, the wide-side hoops of the 18th century that made women 6 feet wide, not round, 6 feet wide from one side to the other, as if someone had attached a small table to each hip. And the historical accounts from that time, they make everything we have discussed up until now seem almost rational, because at least with a hobble skirt, you could eventually manage to squeeze through a doorway. With panniers, sometimes you simply could not, regardless of how hard you attempted. So as we prepare to examine the world of impossibly broad skirts, get ready for stories of women becoming stuck in entranceways, accidentally destroying furniture by sitting down and requiring several servants just to get dressed properly in the morning. Because when it comes to the sheer absurdity of fashion, panniers might just be the most extreme example. Stand up for a moment if you are able. Now extend your arms straight out horizontally to your sides. That distance is probably about 5 to 6 feet, from fingertip to fingertip, correct? Now imagine that distance represents the width of your hips, not your arm span, your hips. Your actual physical body from side to side is as wide as a typical dining table. You are unable to fit through most standard doorways. You cannot sit in conventional chairs. Two individuals wearing this style cannot stand side by side without one of them stepping back. Engaging in a simple conversation requires maintaining a minimum separation of about 4 feet. This was a reality. This was a fashion trend, and it was not a brief experimental novelty. This style endured for many decades. In the 18th century, women walked around looking like sophisticated human tables, and everyone merely accepted it as normal behaviour. Welcome to the age of panniers, where the main concern was not how do I appear, but how am I going to fit through this entrance. Panniers, deriving their name from the French word for basket, were the final logical extension of the farthingale concept we previously discussed. But while farthingales created a conical silhouette, panniers emphasized extreme horizontal width. According to costume historian Kimberly Chrisman Campbell in her book Fashion Victims Dress at the court of Louis XVI and Marie Antoinette, panniers reached their most extreme dimensions in the French royal court during the 1740s through the 1770s. And when I say extreme, I mean it, literally. The Musée des Arts Décoratifs in Paris has actual surviving panniers from this era. The measurements are truly unbelievable. Some extend up to 3 feet outward from each of the wearer's hips. That totals a complete width of 6 feet or more, solely from the internal skirt structure, 6 feet wide. Visualize this scenario: a woman standing in an entranceway. A typical door opening is about 3 feet wide, and she is double the width of the door. She cannot enter. She is physically incapable of fitting through the structural opening. This is not an exaggeration or a rare instance of an extreme garment. This was considered standard attire for court events. The Victoria and Albert Museum holds a court gown from 1750 with panniers that measure 68 inches from side to side. That is 5 feet 8 inches, wider than most people's height. Now, let's discuss the actual physical construction, because these garments were feats of engineering in the most utterly absurd sense. According to Janet Arnold's precise pattern examination in Patterns of Fashion, panniers consisted of a foundational structure of whalebone, cane, or steel hoops, arranged horizontally rather than vertically like crinolines, connected together by strips of tape or fabric. The entire structure was secured at the waist, with the finished outer fabric draped over it to create the final silhouette. But here is the detail that distinguishes panniers from crinolines. They were designed with hinges. Hinges? Yes, actual hinges like a door, because without them, women literally would have been unable to sit down at all. The Metropolitan Museum of Art has a preserved pair of panniers, a specific type called coude panniers, from 1760, that demonstrates this mechanism. There are actual hinges incorporated into the frame, allowing the sides to lift upward when the wearer assumed a seated position. So, when a woman sat down, the panniers would swing up on both sides of her like massive wings. Can you imagine that scene? You sit, and your skirt structure lifts up beside you. You stand, and it settles back into its wide shape. You're essentially wearing a piece of mechanical furniture as a form of clothing. Let me describe a social event that perfectly illustrates the utter insanity of this fashion trend. In 1763, according to the memoirs of Madame Campan, who was the lady-in-waiting to Marie Antoinette, published in 1823, there was a major ball held at the Palace of Versailles. The main ballroom was decorated in the standard French style, featuring elaborate furnishings, decorative columns, and elegant recessed areas. No one had considered the panniers, Madame Campan notes. The female guests arrived in their most grand court attire, their panniers so wide that many were forced to pass through the ballroom entrances sideways while actively compressing their skirts with their hands. Once inside, the chamber became so congested with these enormous skirt structures that dancing was almost completely impossible. Ladies attempting to perform a curtsy to the king found themselves accidentally bumping into one another. Several chairs were unintentionally knocked over. A small decorative table was completely destroyed when a lady backed into it without realizing, her panniers simply sweeping it aside as if it were made of delicate paper. The ball was essentially a major logistical disaster. People were unable to dance, unable to move freely, and could barely interact with each other. Yet, according to Campan, no one suggested that perhaps the excessively wide skirts were the actual problem. Instead, they proposed that the entire ballroom structure should be modified. The ballroom should be redesigned to accommodate the skirts, and that is exactly what took place. According to architectural historian Marc Girouard's research in Life in the French Country House, many chateaux and palaces actually altered their physical architecture to make room for panniers. Doorways were permanently widened. Some royal estates installed double doors where only single doors had existed before. Furniture designers created specialized pannier chairs with no arms and extra-wide seat cushions. The Wallace Collection in London has multiple examples of these chairs from the 1750s. They are ridiculously wide, engineered to comfortably seat a woman with 3 feet of rigid skirt structure projecting from each of her hips. There are archived household expenditure records from the Château de Chantilly, analysed by historian Colin Jones in Paris Biography of a City, showing significant costs for widening the doorways of the ladies' private apartments in 1751. The total bill was considerable, roughly equivalent to $50,000 in modern currency. $50,000 simply to make doors wider for the sake of a skirt style. Reflect on that expenditure for a moment. A structure was altered at great expense rather than simply suggesting women wear slimmer skirts. The priorities displayed here are baffling, and not in a good way. Now we shift our attention to travel, because this is where the entire situation becomes absolutely ridiculous. Carriages had to be specially built to accommodate the panniers. Research by transport historian Christiane Klapisch-Zuber, found in Women, Family, and Ritual in Renaissance Italy, shows that coach builders created distinct models with wider doorways and exceptionally broad seating. Still, even with these changes, getting into a carriage while wearing panniers remained a spectacle. The famous portrait painter Elisabeth Vigée-Lebrun's memoirs, published in 1835, contain a wonderful tale of watching a duchess attempt to board a coach. The duchess required the help of 3 footmen. 2 forcefully squeezed the panniers on either side, while the 3rd carefully guided her through the carriage entrance. Once seated, she had to remain perfectly centred, since the panniers stretched out to both sides, consuming the vehicle's entire width. When I asked if this was horribly uncomfortable, she merely laughed and replied, "My dear, one does not wear panniers for comfort. One wears them to be noticed. To be noticed. That was worth requiring 3 servants just to enter a vehicle. That was worth not being able to move freely or even sit comfortably, because that's what this whole trend has always been about, hasn't it? Being noticed, being perceived as important, wealthy and fashionable. The discomfort is merely the cost, and apparently it's a cost people willingly pay. But here is a practical matter that truly surprises me: the bathroom situation. I realise this isn't usually discussed in polite company, but historian Alison Matthews David, in her book Fashion Victims: The Dangers of Dress Past and Present, specifically addresses this because it presented such a major functional problem. How does one use a toilet while wearing a frame that extends 3 feet from each hip? The answer, according to surviving documents and etiquette guides from the era, is with extreme difficulty and the aid of domestics. Household manuals from the 1750s and 60s, archived in the Bibliothèque Nationale de France, include references that provide instructions for ladies' maids on how to assist their mistresses with this private matter. The panniers had to be hoisted, the gown managed, and the whole procedure demanded both skill and discretion. Some affluent women simply sidestepped the problem by limiting their liquid intake on days when they would be wearing full-court panniers. A letter from the Marquise de Pompadour to a friend, dated 1752 and held in the French National Archives, mentions drinking very little before official court functions, specifically to avoid the inconvenience of my wardrobe. Indeed, She was intentionally dehydrating herself just to avoid bathroom difficulties created by her skirt. Let me share a story that is both hilarious and genuinely horrifying. In 1774, according to court records preserved at Versailles, a formal dinner was held with Marie Antoinette hosting several foreign dignitaries. The dining room had been set up with a customary long table. No one had considered the panniers. When the noble women tried to take their seats at the table, their skirts were so exceptionally wide that they could not get close enough to reach their plates. According to a report written by Swedish ambassador Count Kreutz in a diplomatic dispatch now in the Swedish National Archives, several women sat at the table with their arms fully extended, barely managing to reach their food. Some resigned themselves to being fed by servants. Others simply did not eat. Marie Antoinette, apparently finding the whole situation amusing, light-heartedly suggested they should have extra long forks created just for dining in panniers. She was joking. But according to the cutlery collection at the Musée de la Table in Paris, special, elongated dining utensils were actually commissioned for court use during this time. They were not exclusively for panniers, but the demand was certainly there. We fabricated specialised forks so women could eat while wearing ridiculously wide skirts, rather than, just making the skirts less wide. Now, the expense of all this was enormous. According to economic historian T.J. Hochstrasser in Natural Law Theories in the Early Enlightenment, panniers required substantial amounts of fabric and expert construction. A good quality set of court panniers could cost anywhere from 50 to 200 livres, roughly the equivalent of $5,000 to $20,000 today. But it wasn't just the initial purchase. Panniers constantly needed upkeep. The internal hoops would snap, the material would tear, the hinges would stop working, and a woman couldn't wear the same set of panniers to every occasion. You needed multiple sets in various styles and sizes, depending on the formality of the event. The household accounts of the Duchesse de Chartres, analysed by historian Sarah Mazurek in The Myth of the French Bourgeoisie, demonstrate that in 1770 she spent over 800 livres on panniers and related maintenance. That's for repairs, modifications, new frames. That's approximately $80,000 in today's currency. $80,000 annually on skirt supports. And remember, this figure is just for the frames. It does not include the actual dresses that were worn over them. This is simply the foundational undergarment. But here's what really captivates me about panniers. They eventually became a political flashpoint. According to historian Jennifer M. Jones in Sexing, Gender, Fashion and Commercial Culture in Old Regime France, panniers came to symbolise aristocratic excess and waste at a time when the majority of French citizens were struggling with poverty and a lack of food. Revolutionary pamphlets from the 1780s and early 1790s often ridiculed aristocratic women and their massive skirts. A famous political cartoon from 1789, preserved in the Bibliothèque Nationale de France, depicts an aristocrat in panniers so broad she is crushing peasants on either side of her. The accompanying caption reads, "The weight of her fashion crushes the people." It's political satire, but its message is clear. Panniers had become a symbol of everything fundamentally wrong with the aristocracy. Wasteful, impractical, literally occupying space that could be used by others. When the French Revolution began, panniers disappeared almost immediately, not because they were banned, but because wearing them became hazardous. A woman in panniers was instantly recognizable as an aristocrat. And being identifiable as an aristocrat in 1790s France was not conducive to retaining your head. Fashion historian Eileen Ribeiro notes in Fashion in the French Revolution that the speed with which panniers vanished is remarkable. One year they were ubiquitous at court, the next they were gone, replaced by simple column-like chemise dresses that were the absolute opposite in every respect. The revolution destroyed more than just people. It destroyed a fashion, and frankly, that might be the only silver lining that came out of it. Now, before you think, well, thankfully we are beyond that absurdity, let me pose a question to you. Have you ever worn something so uncomfortable, so impractical that it severely limited your ability to do normal things? Have you ever chosen pure fashion over basic function? Because we still do this. Perhaps not with 6-foot wide skirts, but we still sacrifice practicality for the sake of appearance. We still wear clothing that restricts our movement, limits our comfort, and makes simple activities difficult. According to a 2018 survey published in the Journal of Fashion Marketing and Management, over 70% of women report frequently wearing clothing that is uncomfortable in exchange for looking more professional or more attractive. 70%. We have substituted panniers with Spanx, with high heels that damage our feet, with clothes so tight we can barely breathe. The specific garments are new, but the willingness to endure pain for the sake of appearance, that remains. As you settle in tonight, consider those women navigating 18th century Paris in skirts as wide as dining tables. Think about them needing servants to help them sit down, get into carriages, and even use the restroom. Think about the doorways that were widened, the furniture that was altered, the forks that were lengthened, all done to accommodate a fashion that made no practical sense whatsoever. And then think about what we are accommodating in our own daily lives, what discomforts we accept as normal, what limitations we place on ourselves just for the sake of looking a certain way. Because here's the reality: the panniers are gone, but the mindset that produced them is still very much active. We still believe that looking good warrants being uncomfortable, that fashion is worth the sacrifice, that how we appear to others matters more than how we feel. We've just gotten better at concealing the underlying absurdity from ourselves. But do you know what is truly interesting? While women were wearing these impossible skirts, men's fashion was undergoing its own dramatic transformation. Except instead of becoming more ornate and restrictive, men's fashion was doing the opposite. It was becoming simpler, plainer, and more practical. And this wasn't just a minor trend. It was a complete philosophical and cultural shift. Historians refer to it as the Great Male Renunciation, and it represents one of the most profound changes in the history of dress, because for thousands of years, men had been just as elaborate in their attire as women, sometimes even more so. Remember those codpieces, those enormous powdered wigs? Men were right alongside women in the competition for the most ridiculous outfit. But then something fundamentally changed. Men collectively opted to give up bright colours, excessive decoration, and impractical designs. They chose restraint over overt display, utility over sheer beauty. And in doing so, they completely redefined what masculinity was supposed to look like. Which raises a fascinating question. Why did men get to opt out of fashion's excesses while women did not? Why did male practicality suddenly become a virtue while female practicality was considered unthinkable? And what does this entire episode reveal about power, gender, and who actually gets to choose comfort over appearance? The answers might surprise you, because the Great Male Renunciation wasn't really about men suddenly becoming more sensible. It was about men claiming all the serious intellectual business of the world for themselves and leaving women to be decorative objects. Look closely at any painting from the 1600s or early 1700s. Observe the men. Look at what they were wearing. Silk stockings in vivid colours, embroidered velvet coats, delicate lace cuffs, ribbons, bows, jewels, and even heels. Yes, men wore high heels. And the colours? Oh, the range of colours. Pink, purple, gold, emerald green. Men were peacocks. They were absolutely fabulous. Now look at a painting from 1850. What are the men wearing? Dark suits. Black, navy, perhaps brown if they felt daring. Simple cuts, minimal ornamentation, no lace, no ribbons, no jewels. They look like they're headed to a solemn funeral or maybe a stuffy law firm. They are essentially the same thing. What happened? How did men transition from being the most elaborately dressed people in the room to wearing what essentially amounts to a uniform? The underlying answer is both captivating and deeply revealing about power, gender, and who is allowed to choose comfort. fashion historian Anne Hollander coined the term the Great Male Renunciation in her 1994 book Sex and Suits, The Evolution of Modern Dress. According to Hollander's extensive research, sometime between 1780 and 1850, men collectively abandoned ornate decorative clothing in favour of simple, dark and practical suits. This was not a gradual change. This was a complete revolution, and it happened incredibly fast. According to costume historian David Kuchta in The Three-Piece Suit and Modern Masculinity, men's fashion in 1780 still featured embroidery, bright colours, elaborate waistcoats, and many decorative elements. By 1830, a mere 50 years later, men's fashion had settled into the basic template we still use today. Dark coat, simple waistcoat, trousers, and a white shirt. That was it. Historian John Carl Flugel, writing in 1930 in his book The Psychology of Clothes, called this one of the most remarkable events in the whole history of dress. Because for thousands of years, men and women had been roughly equal in their sartorial splendour. Sometimes men were even more elaborate, but suddenly men just stopped. So why did this all happen? The explanation, according to historians such as Christopher Breward in The Hidden Consumer, Masculinities, Fashion and City Life, is closely linked to the rise of capitalism, democracy, and evolving ideas about what defined masculinity. In the late 18th century, especially after the American and French revolutions, there was a growing conviction that all men were equal, or at least that merit mattered far more than birthright. The old aristocratic system, where your clothes loudly announced your rank, was becoming highly problematic in this new democratic world. According to political philosopher J.C. Flugel's analysis, men began to view elaborate dress as aristocratic, frivolous, and fundamentally undemocratic. The new societal ideal was the self-made man, someone whose worth was derived from his hard work, his character, and his achievements, not from his clothing. There's a wonderful quote from Beau Brummel, the famous English dandy from around 1810, preserved in his biography by Captain Jesse. "If John Bull turns around to look after you, you are not well dressed, but either too stiff, too tight, or too fashionable." The new goal was to be immaculately dressed without drawing undue attention, for your clothes to look respectable, professional, and serious, to subtly blend into the background so your work and character could speak for themselves. This became the new masculine ideal: restraint, simplicity, and practicality. But here's the key point, and this is what truly makes it a renunciation, rather than just a simple change in style. According to fashion theorist Efrat Sayalon in The Mask of Femininity, men didn't stop wearing elaborate clothes simply because they suddenly disliked them. They stopped because elaborate dress became socially coded as feminine, frivolous, and weak. Being overly fashionable became unmanly. Caring about one's appearance beyond basic neatness became suspicious. Men who continued to dress elaborately were immediately mocked, called fops and dandies, and had their masculinity questioned. There is a satirical print from 1819 in the British Museum's collection called The Dandy Club that shows men in colourful, fashionable attire being ridiculed as effeminate and ridiculous. The caption reads, "These creatures disgrace the name of man." So it wasn't just that men chose simplicity, they were pressured into it by the ever-present threat of being perceived as less than fully masculine if they didn't conform. And women were consequently stuck with all the elaborate dress that men had deliberately abandoned. According to historian Diana Crane in Fashion and Its Social Agendas, as men's fashion simplified, women's fashion became more elaborate, more restrictive, and more decorative. It's as if men said, "We're finished with this impractical nonsense, but somebody still needs to be beautiful and ornamental. Women, that's your designated job." Now let me give you a specific example of how dramatic this societal shift truly was. In 1750, a wealthy gentleman might have worn a silk coat in blue, green or pink, heavily embroidered, a waistcoat in contrasting silk with gold buttons, silk breeches, white or coloured silk stockings, shoes with decorative buckles and heels, a powdered and styled wig, lace at the cuffs and collar, and various jewellery, rings, pins, watch chains. In 1850, that same social position would wear a black wool coat with no embroidery, a simple waistcoat, perhaps a subtle pattern, black or dark grey trousers, dark socks, plain black shoes, his own hair simply styled and minimal jewellery, perhaps just a watch chain. That's all. A transformation from peacock to penguin in just 100 years. Now here's what really stands out to me. According to economic historian Maxine Berg in Luxury and Pleasure in 18th century Britain, when men gave up elaborate fashion, they didn't stop spending money on luxury goods, they simply redirected that expenditure. Instead of spending on their clothing, they spent on horses, specialised carriages, hunting equipment, clubs, cigars, and extensive wine cellars. Instead of displaying their wealth visibly, they accumulated it in different forms that were now coded as masculine and practical rather than feminine and frivolous. A man could no longer wear an embroidered coat, but he could certainly purchase a racehorse. He couldn't wear jewels, but he could amass a valuable art collection. The consumption didn't stop. It simply became less visible and was rebranded. Women, on the other hand, were still fully expected to display wealth through their physical appearance. A wife's elaborate dress became a sign of her husband's financial success. According to sociologist Thorstein Veblen's famous 1899 book, The Theory of the Leisure Class, women essentially became walking advertisements for their husband's wealth. Veblen actually coined the term conspicuous consumption to specifically describe this phenomenon. He observed that the dress of women goes even farther than that of men in the way of demonstrating the wearer's abstinence from productive employment. In other words, women's clothes were intentionally designed to make it obvious they did not work, that they could not work, and that they were purely decorative objects owned by successful men. That's a very dark interpretation. That's quite disturbing when you fully consider it. But there is another layer to this story that is equally troubling. According to gender historian Karen Harvey in Reading Sex in the 18th century, as men's fashion became simpler, it also became significantly more comfortable. Men liberated themselves from tight waistcoats, constrictive clothing and impractical shoes. Women's fashion, meanwhile, became more restrictive. Tighter corsets, bigger skirts, more layers, and far less mobility. So men claimed comfort and practicality for themselves while simultaneously insisting women continue to suffer for the sake of beauty. Men were allowed to prioritise function while women were stuck purely with form. There is a quote from an 1870 women's magazine documented in historian Lee Summers' Bound to Please, where a writer observes, "Men have freed themselves from the tyranny of fashion. When will women be allowed to do the same?" The obvious answer, of course, was not for a very long time. That's because the woman's decorative role was simply too useful for the men. It served too many controlling purposes. It kept women visibly distinct from men. It severely limited their mobility and thus their independence. It required them to constantly spend time and money on their appearance rather than on education or a career. Fashion was not just about looking good, it was a subtle form of social control. Now, the great male renunciation did not happen everywhere simultaneously. According to fashion historian Christopher Breward's research in the culture of fashion, it started in England and France, then slowly spread to the rest of Europe, then to North America, and gradually across the rest of the world. And in some non-Western cultures, it never fully took hold. In many non-Western societies, men continued to wear colourful, elaborate attire much longer. But European colonialism eventually spread European fashion norms, and gradually the dark suit became the international uniform of corporate power and professionalism. Today, if you attend any major international business meeting, what are the men predominantly wearing? Dark suits. All of them, whether they are in Tokyo, New York, Dubai, or Sao Paulo. The great male renunciation has successfully gone global. And here's what is most striking. We no longer even question it. When a man wears a colourful suit or anything remotely flamboyant, it is considered daring, eccentric, and quite possibly unprofessional. The ingrained idea that men should dress simply and women should dress elaborately is now so deeply embedded that it feels natural rather than purely historical. But something very interesting has begun to happen over the last few decades. According to fashion theorist Sean Cole, in The Story of Men's Underwear, men's fashion has been slowly, almost tentatively, becoming more expressive once again. Brighter colours are reappearing, patterns are becoming more acceptable, and there is greater variety in styles. Men are once again wearing pink, something that would have been completely normal in 1750, scandalous in 1950, and is slowly becoming acceptable now. But this change is incredibly slow, and men who embrace fashion too enthusiastically still face the very same suspicions their 19th century ancestors did. They still get called dandies or metrosexuals, and are accused of being more interested in their appearance than in substance. Because the underlying equation has not truly changed. Fashion still equals femininity, which equals frivolity, which equals weakness, and men are still societally supposed to be above all that. As we conclude this segment, I want you to truly think about what the great male renunciation signifies. It means that at a specific point in history, men collectively decided that comfort, practicality, and freedom of movement were fundamentally more important than decorative display, and they explicitly gave themselves permission to prioritize those things. Women were never granted that same permission. Women were instead told that their primary value lay in their appearance, and therefore sacrificing comfort for beauty was their social duty. And here's the uncomfortable truth. Has that really changed? Or are we still living in the direct aftermath of a societal decision made 200 years ago about who is allowed to be comfortable and who must remain decorative? Because when we examine modern fashion, we are going to see that the restrictive patterns established during the Great Male Renunciation are still very much present with us. We are going to see that women are still expected to sacrifice comfort for appearance in ways men are not. We are going to see that the specific garments have changed, but the underlying deeply unfair dynamics have not. And that is exactly what we need to explore next. Because it's one thing to view corsets, crinolines, and panniers as mere historical curiosities. It is quite another thing to realize that we are still making the same mistakes, still imposing the very same restrictions, and still prioritizing appearance over basic well-being. We like to believe we have evolved, that we are smarter than our ancestors, that we have learned meaningful lessons from history. But have we? Or have we just found newer, more discreet ways to repeat old, harmful patterns while constantly convincing ourselves that this time it is completely different? Let's find out. If you showed someone from 1850 a picture of a modern woman in 6-inch stiletto heels, what do you imagine they would say? Probably something along the lines of, "Oh, those look just like chapines." Very fashionable in Venice back in the day. Lots of women tragically died from falls, you know. If you showed them shapewear that compresses the entire torso, they would likely say, "Ah, yes, much like a corset. We know all about those. Broken ribs, displaced organs, the usual medical complaints." If you showed them skinny jeans so tightly fitted they cause actual nerve damage, they'd say, "That reminds me of hobble skirts. Very chic, but very, very restrictive." The names have all changed, and the materials have technically improved, but the fundamental absurdity, that is still absolutely here. We are still doing it. We are still sacrificing our health and comfort for the sake of fashion. We've just gotten much better at pretending it's an empowered, freely made choice. Let's start with the most obvious parallel: shapewear. According to a 2019 market research report by Grandview Research, the global shapewear market is worth over $3 billion annually and continues to grow rapidly. $3 billion per year spent on specialized underwear designed to significantly compress and reshape the body. Sound familiar? Because it absolutely should. According to medical researcher Dr. John Kuhn, writing in the British Journal of Dermatology in 2010, modern shapewear creates many of the exact same problems that historical corsets did. Compressed internal organs, dangerously restricted breathing, digestive issues, nerve compression, and severe skin damage from constant, unrelieved pressure. Dr. Kuhn specifically studied skinny jeans syndrome. Yes, that is an actual recognized medical term where tight pants compress the lateral femoral cutaneous nerve, leading to numbness, tingling, and chronic pain. He documented dozens of cases requiring significant medical intervention. We have actively created a new medical condition with our 21st century fashion choices. But here's the truly disheartening part. When women complain that shapewear is uncomfortable, they are routinely told, "Beauty is pain," or "You simply have to suffer for fashion." Those exact same phrases were used to justify the wearing of corsets, word for word. Nothing has changed except the particular century we're in. Now let's discuss high heels, because the parallels to Chopin's are almost comically exact if they weren't so deeply depressing. According to a comprehensive 2018 study published in BMC Musculoskeletal Disorders by researchers at the University of Alabama, regular high heel use causes permanent foot deformities, chronic ankle instability, knee joint damage, hip problems, severe lower back pain, and a drastically increased risk of falling. The study found that women who regularly wore heels over 3 inches showed measurable structural changes in their musculoskeletal framework. Permanent changes, the very kind of changes that archaeologists will be able to clearly identify in bones hundreds of years from now, just as they found in Renaissance Venetian women who wore Chopin's. And the height continues to climb. According to footwear historian Elizabeth Semmelhack's research, documented in Heights of Fashion, A History of the Elevated Shoe, the average heel height for popular fashion shoes has increased from 3 inches in the 1950s to 5 or 6 inches today. Some designer heels even exceed 8 inches. We are quickly approaching Chopin territory. We are literally recreating a fashion choice that we mock as a historical absurdity. But it's not just shapewear and heels. According to dermatologist Dr. Fane Frey, writing in 2017 in the Journal of Clinical and Aesthetic Dermatology, the modern beauty industry has engineered an entire ecosystem of products and procedures that directly echo historical fashion disasters. Waist trainers, which are literally just corsets expertly marketed under a new name, became enormously popular around 2015. They were aggressively promoted by celebrities on social media platforms like Instagram, even though the American Board of Cosmetic Surgery issued multiple warnings about potential organ damage, breathing restriction, and acid reflux caused by these devices. The warnings were largely ignored, sales only increased. Cosmetic procedures to surgically achieve thigh gaps or to remove ribs for an impossibly smaller waist are being documented in plastic surgery journals. Dr. Lara Devgan, writing in the Aesthetic Surgery Journal, noted a disturbing increase in requests for procedures that intentionally reconfigure the human skeleton for purely aesthetic purposes. We are now surgically altering our own bones for the sake of fashion, just like corsets fundamentally did, except we are now doing it intentionally and paying thousands of dollars for the dubious privilege. Here's a chilling modern story that perfectly mirrors the historical ones we've discussed. In 2015, according to news reports documented by CNN and the BBC, a British woman named Emma Dunn wore skinny jeans while assisting a relative move heavy items. She was squatting for extended periods, and the tight jeans severely restricted blood flow to her lower legs. She found she could not stand up. Her legs had gone completely numb. She collapsed and remained on the ground for several hours before she was finally found. She was hospitalized for 4 full days with severe muscle swelling and permanent nerve damage. Doctors had to physically cut the jeans off her because her legs had swollen so dramatically. Her doctor told reporters, "This is not an isolated case. We are seeing increasing numbers of patients with nerve and muscle damage directly from tight clothing." Emma Muspratt died because her crinoline caught fire in 1858. Emma Dunn nearly died because her skinny jeans cut off her circulation in 2015. Different women, different centuries, but ultimately the same tragic story. Imagine the risk, appearance-driven choices almost causing a fatality. Yet, the most unsettling comparison in our time is the link to social media and digital enhancement. Psychologist Dr. Renee Engeln's 2017 book, Beauty: How the Cultural Obsession with Appearance Hurts Girls and Women, argues that photo editing apps and social filters have established beauty standards as impossible as the Victorian era's 13-inch waistline. Research from the International Journal of Eating Disorders in 2019 revealed that seeing edited images on social platforms leads to greater body dissatisfaction, disordered eating, and a demand for cosmetic procedures. Consider this deeply. Young women are now undergoing plastic surgery to resemble their filtered photographs. They are physically altering their faces to align with a digitally manipulated picture, an image that was never genuine. This is our modern analogue to sumptuary laws, but instead of the state enforcing unattainable ideals, we are imposing them upon ourselves. We've become our own oppressors. Dr. Tijion Esho, a UK cosmetic physician, coined the term Snapchat dysmorphia in 2018 to categorise patients seeking surgery to look like their filtered selfies. He shared with The Guardian that people arrive with filtered and edited pictures asking, "Can you make me look like this?" He must clarify that the image is fictitious, that no one genuinely looks that way. Still, they remain unconvinced. They pursue the impossible nonetheless. Just as women desired 13-inch waists, despite the risk of crushing vital organs, just as they wanted 3-foot-tall hairstyles, even if mice took residence, just as they wore skirts so wide they couldn't fit through a doorway. The particular absurdity evolves, but the impulse to chase impossible standards remains unchanged. Now, we must address the environmental consequences of fast fashion, a contemporary fashion crisis unknown to previous centuries. A 2019 report from the United Nations Environment Programme states that the fashion sector is responsible for 10% of global carbon emissions, 20% of global wastewater, vast plastic pollution from synthetic textiles, and worker exploitation in developing nations. We are devastating the planet for garments we'll wear a couple of times before discarding. A 2016 study in the journal Environmental Research Letters found that the average American discards 81 pounds of clothing annually. 81 pounds of clothes per person every year. Earlier generations ensured their clothing lasted. They mended them, passed them on, and wore them until they literally disintegrated. We wear items briefly, decide they're passé, and dump them in landfills where decomposition takes centuries. We've created a fashion disaster that harms not just us, but the entire planet. But most critically, we need to discuss who bears the cost of modern fashion's failings. As throughout history, it's not shared equally. A 2018 report supported by the Clean Clothes campaign revealed that approximately 75% of garment workers are women, often working in unsafe conditions for poverty wages. The 2013 Rana Plaza factory collapse in Bangladesh resulted in the deaths of over 1,000 garment workers, mostly women who were producing clothes for Western fast fashion brands. They perished so we could have cheap, trendy garments, and we barely registered it. The news moved on. We continued buying. This isn't so different from the enslaved people who died making Tyrian purple, is it? Different century, different specific form of exploitation. The same foundational indifference to human life in the pursuit of fashion. So, how do we address all of this? It's one thing to document the problem. It's another to actually generate change. Sustainable fashion advocate Elizabeth Klein, in her 2012 book, Overdressed: The Shockingly High Cost of Cheap Fashion, suggests we must totally reimagine our relationship with clothing. Purchase fewer items, choose better quality, keep things longer, repair instead of replace. But more fundamentally, we must question our intense preoccupation with fashion in the first place. Why are we willing to endure discomfort, spend money we lack, jeopardize our health, exploit labor, and ruin the environment, all for appearance? Because here is the uncomfortable truth. Fashion continues to serve the same purpose it always has. It's still about signaling social standing. It's still about fitting in. It's still about meeting impossible standards established by people who profit from our perceived inadequacy. We've updated the technology, changed the specific apparel, and invented new ways to feel insufficient. But we haven't actually solved anything. This brings us back to the central question of this entire journey. After witnessing the suffering, the absurdity, all the ways fashion has harmed and killed people across history, why do we persist? Why haven't we learned? The answer, I believe, is both straightforward and profound. And it's what we need to explore as we reach the conclusion of our journey through fashion's greatest disasters. Because understanding why we do this, why we are willing to suffer for appearance despite knowing better, that is the key to potentially, finally breaking this cycle. So let's synthesize all of this information. Let's look at what we've learned. Let's figure out why we still can't sit down. We have reached the end of our journey. We have witnessed women burned to death in crinolines. We've seen them restricted by corsets, crippled by chopines, caged by ruffs, hobbled by their skirts. We've seen men willingly sacrifice comfort and then force women to become merely decorative objects. We've seen colour become a death sentence and fashion function as a tool of social control. And through it all, one question resonates. Why? Why did people continue these practices even when they were aware of the dangers, even when they saw the consequences, even when it was costing them their lives? Because here's the reality. It's simple to look back and wonder, how could they have been so misguided? But we are engaging in the exact same behaviours right now, today. We're just using different instruments and better marketing. So before we say goodnight, we need to understand the why. Because if we don't understand why we do this, we cannot stop doing it. Let me share what I believe is truly happening here. And this may sound bleak, but hear me out. Fashion has never fundamentally been about clothing. It's been about power, about control, about who is entitled to make choices and who is not, about who gets to be comfortable and who must suffer. Think about it. Every fashion disaster we've discussed followed the same basic pattern. Someone in authority sets an unattainable standard. That standard becomes the entry price for social acceptance. People who cannot or will not meet that standard are excluded, and everyone who complies enforces it on everyone else. Corsets weren't just about small waists. They were about demonstrating you didn't need to breathe deeply because you didn't perform physical labour. Crinolines weren't about big skirts. They were about occupying space, demanding attention, showing you had staff to assist your movement. Chopins weren't about height. They demonstrated you didn't need to walk normally because you were too important for walking. Every single fashion excess was a demonstration of power, a way of announcing, I am so important I can afford to be impractical. I am so affluent I can waste resources on how I look. I am so powerful I don't need to function like ordinary people. And here is the truly insidious part. Once a fashion takes hold, its enforcement stops coming from the top. It becomes self-enforcing. We police each other. We judge each other. We exclude each other for non-conformity. Remember the women who financially ruined themselves buying ruffs they couldn't afford? No one held a gun to their heads. They chose it because the alternative, social ostracization, felt worse than poverty. Remember the suffragettes who marched in hobble skirts? No one compelled them. They wore them because they believed looking respectable mattered more than the ability to march effectively. We do this to ourselves, and more importantly, we do it to each other. Research by social psychologist Dr. Gren Kerwin, published in Computers in Human Behavior in 2021, indicates that women are more likely than men to police other women's appearances, to criticize, judge, and exclude based on fashion choices. We've internalized the subjugation so completely that we sustain it ourselves. The patriarchy no longer needs to force women into uncomfortable clothes. We force each other. But there is another layer to this. According to Dr. Renee Engeln's research we mentioned earlier, fashion and beauty standards serve a specific role in maintaining gender inequality. They consume resources, time, money, mental effort, physical energy, all of it directed toward appearance, instead of education, career advancement, political organizing, or literally anything else that could challenge the existing power dynamic. Consider this. If a woman spends 2 hours every morning on her appearance, that's 14 hours per week, 728 hours per year, over 30 full days per year, devoted solely to appearance. If she spends 25% of her earnings on clothing, beauty products, or procedures, that's 25% that does not go towards savings, investment, or financial independence. If she is constantly concerned about her looks, perpetually comparing herself to others, always feeling inadequate, that's mental energy unavailable for anything else. Fashion is not merely a trivial diversion. It is a systematic mechanism for keeping half the population too busy, too financially strained, and too insecure to challenge the existing power structure. That is not a wild theory. That is simply an analysis of how power operates. Now, I want to be perfectly clear. I am not suggesting that everyone who cares about fashion is a victim or a fool. I am not proposing we all wear potato sacks and stop caring about how we look. What I am advocating is that we must be aware of what we are participating in. We should understand the history. We should recognize the recurring patterns, and we should make deliberate choices about what we are willing to sacrifice and why. Because here is the lesson history has taught us. When we are not intentional about these decisions, when we simply comply with whatever fashion dictates, people suffer. Sometimes they suffer severely, sometimes they die. And even when they don't die, they spend their entire lives uncomfortable, restricted, limited in what they can achieve and who they can be. Is that truly a worthwhile exchange? Is looking a certain way genuinely worth all that? I think about the women we've encountered on this journey. Emma Musprat, burning to death at 14 because she wanted to look stylish. Emily Marie Bouchot, dying because her corset compressed her internal organs to the point of failure. Isabella Fioravanti, drowning because her Chopins were too tall to swim in. Clara Jane Webster, burning at her own dinner party while 12 people watched helplessly because a crinoline prevented them from reaching her. These were not foolish women. They were not vain airheads who deserved what happened to them. They were simply people attempting to navigate a world where appearance mattered enormously, where nonconformity meant social and economic ruin, where the cost of acceptance was sometimes actual death. And we honour them not by ridiculing them, but by recognising ourselves in their decisions, by seeing that we face the identical pressures, make the identical compromises, and risk the identical consequences. Perhaps not death, though some people still die from fashion, from plastic surgery complications, from eating disorders, from the exploitation within fast fashion supply chains. But definitely discomfort, definitely limitation, definitely the sacrifice of freedom and resources for the sake of appearance. We are still making those choices. We're simply making them with advanced technology and more sophisticated rationalizations. So what is the solution? How do we stop this cycle? I don't believe there's one simple answer, but I think it begins with awareness, with understanding the history of it all, with recognizing the patterns, with questioning why we believe what we believe about appearance and personal value. It begins with asking yourself, who benefits when I feel inadequate about my appearance? Who profits when I buy this product, get this procedure, follow this trend? It starts with recognizing that the beauty standards we pursue are not innate or inevitable. They are constructed, they are historical, they are designed to serve purposes that have nothing to do with our well-being. And it continues by making different choices, not necessarily all at once, not necessarily flawlessly, but consciously, deliberately, with complete awareness of what we are choosing and why. Maybe that means wearing comfortable footwear sometimes, even if it's not the height of fashion. Maybe it means keeping clothing longer and reducing consumption. Maybe it means questioning whether you truly need that waist trainer, or those 6-inch heels, or that costly procedure. Maybe it means being kinder to yourself and to others about appearance. Maybe it means refusing to participate in the policing of other people's fashion choices. Maybe it just means pausing before you buy something or wear something or judge someone and asking, why? Why does this matter? What am I truly trying to achieve? Is it worth the cost? Because here is what I've learned from this journey through fashion's disasters. The specific fashions change, but the fundamental patterns do not. We continue to repeat the same errors because we continue to accept the same underlying premises. The premise that appearance determines our worth, that suffering for beauty is admirable, that conforming to impossible standards is essential for acceptance, that we must choose between being comfortable and being acceptable. These premises are falsehoods. They have always been falsehoods. But they are useful falsehoods for the people who profit from our insecurity and our willingness to endure pain. The only way to break the cycle is to reject the premises, to state, my worth is not determined by my waist circumference or my skirt width or my heel height, or how well I match current beauty standards. My worth is determined by who I am, what I contribute, how I treat others, and what I bring to the world. And I refuse to sacrifice my health, my comfort, my resources, or my freedom for the sake of appearance. That is difficult to do. I won't pretend it's easy because the pressures are real. The social consequences of non-conformity are real. The judgment is real. But you know what? The consequences of conformity are also real. The discomfort is real. The limitation is real. The exploitation is real. The damage to our bodies, our minds, our planet, and the people who manufacture our clothing is real. We must choose which set of consequences we are willing to live with, and that choice will be unique for everyone. There is no singular right answer, but whatever you choose it consciously. Choose it with complete awareness of the history, the patterns, and the trade-offs. Don't simply go along with what fashion mandates because everyone else is doing it. Because that is exactly how we arrived at this point. That is how we ended up with crinolines that killed thousands, with corsets that deformed bodies, with laws that executed people for wearing the wrong colour. Unconscious adherence to damaging norms. That is the real adversary. Not fashion itself, but the thoughtless acceptance of whatever fashion demands. As you prepare to sleep tonight, I want you to contemplate one idea. What would it feel like to be truly comfortable? Not just physically comfortable, though that is certainly part of it, but comfortable with your true self. Comfortable in your own body, comfortable making decisions based on what you want rather than what others anticipate. What would it feel like to opt out of the competition? To cease comparing yourself to unattainable standards? To choose comfort over external appearance, functionality over mere form, authenticity over blind conformity? I believe it would feel like freedom, genuine freedom, the kind women have fought for throughout history while wearing skirts that hampered their ability to fight effectively. Perhaps it is time we shed the metaphorical hobble skirt. Perhaps it is time we stopped compressing ourselves into corsets of other people's expectations. Perhaps it is time we stopped sacrificing ourselves on the altar of fashion. Perhaps it is time we simply sat down comfortably without needing customized chairs, modified doorways, or 3 assistants to help us. Wouldn't that be something truly new? Thank you for taking this journey with me. Through dresses that burned and corsets that crushed, through towering hairdos and impossible footwear, through every absurd, dangerous, ridiculous act humans have committed in the name of fashion. I hope it has been engaging, but more importantly, I hope it has been illuminating. I hope you perceive the patterns. I hope you recognize them in your own life, and I hope you choose differently. Not because I am dictating what you should wear or how you should look, but because you deserve to be comfortable. You deserve to breathe without restriction. You deserve to move freely. You deserve to make choices based on what is beneficial for you, not what fashion demands. The women who perished for fashion, they lacked the knowledge we possess today. They lacked the historical context. They didn't know the patterns would inevitably recur. We do know. We have witnessed it all now. We understand the cycle. So the crucial question is, what will we do with that knowledge? If you enjoyed this journey through fashion's darkest chapters, please consider hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Share this video with someone who needs to hear these stories and leave a comment below. I'm curious, what current fashion choice do you think people 200 years from now will look back on and wonder, what were they possibly thinking? Because it is unfolding right now. Somewhere, someone is doing something for fashion that future generations will find incomprehensible. Maybe it's you, maybe it's me, maybe it's all of us. But at least now we know the history, we know the patterns, we know what happens when we prioritize appearance above everything else. And knowing that, well, that is the essential first step toward doing things better. Sleep soundly, everyone. And always remember, sometimes the most revolutionary action you can take is simply to sit down in comfort. Good night.